It's me. I'm back. I've already eaten 2 cookies. I'm being a little bit of a fatty fat today, but that's fine. I think I've earned that. You know, it's the way it is.
Yes.
So, oh, good clicks. Oh, that was a good one. Sorry, I think I scared off the watcher. I didn't even comment on them, but off they went. It's fine. These are really good today. Proper thick cookies. Right. Wow. Bashira is quitting. Last time we saw. And someone is living in the tunnels. How very, very exciting. So now we're on to fatigue.
Hi, Anusha here, voice of Gwen.
I don't know who you are.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archive.
You're goddamn right it does.
Episode 74. Fatigue.
We all get tired, it's fine. Ooh. Really quick, I'm just going to fill up my water bottle. I'll be a second. Yeah, you can bake. I also got my jumper. I lied. I wasn't just getting water. I also got my jumper because it smells nice and it makes me feel comfortable.
Statement of Lydia Halligan regarding her insomnia. Original statement given 8th June 2015. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims,
Head Archivist of the Magnus Institute, London.
Statement begins. I don't know when I last slept. It's not that I can't remember, it's just that I can't really tell. When I manage to steal an hour or two, if that's... And my waking so disjointed that... Like all I have are scenes and images devoid of context. True way to tell what is real.
Damn.
And what is not. I'm lying in my bed. It's hot. I know the central heating is off, but the air still has that dry warmth that scratches your throat. I want to get up, to move, but my body is too tired. All the strength in it is gone. I just lie there, watching the ceiling fan spin round and around and around, a dull whirling lines against my brain.
Imagine he just went round and around and around for like 3 hours. That's the whole statement.
It is dark outside, and the only light is the glow from my small bedside lamp.
Okay.
As I watch it, my eyes adjusting to the motion. The fan slows. It loses its momentum gradually until at last it is completely still and there is silence.
That's
I wait,
creepy.
and it begins to turn again in the other direction, now spinning anti-clockwise. It accelerates until the blades are once again a blur. I do not remember my flat having a ceiling fan when I moved in.
Wait! You can't just you can't just pull a fast one on me like that. I was fully just like, yeah, I too would get hypnotized by the movements of my fan. Apparently, she never had a fucking fan. I didn't. You should have led with that. You really should have led with that.
Had problems sleeping. Even as a child, my mother would always check my room to find me reading well into the night. If I heard her coming up the stairs, I would turn off my light and dive beneath the covers to try and convince her I was sound asleep. If it worked, I would listen to her walk off to her room and then bring out my book once again. At the time, I thought it was because I loved reading, but looking back, I think it must have been the first stirrings of insomnia. There is a billboard outside my flat.
I used to do that too, though, to be fair.
It overlooks a small roundabout and used to have adverts for whatever the latest TV drama was.
Mm-hmm.
The metal that holds it up is old and rusted. And sometimes I think I can hear it groaning ever so quietly as I walk past. Now it has an advert for coffee. I assume that is what it's advertising.
Okay.
It's a woman, bright and cheerful, with a sky blue blouse and
I'm going to tell you this right now. If you don't know what the ad is advertising, it's either a really shit ad or it's not an ad.
shining white smile. She holds a cup of coffee, the steam rising and curling in front of her eyes. There is no brand name or information, just the words, "Sleep is overrated."
You're damn right it is.
I don't know how long it has been there. Her eyes seem to look in through my window. I work as a freelance writer. It's not a good job. Very little of it actually involves writing.
For the context of LOM, I had 2 viewers for quite some time, which was quite unsettling. I don't know where they're coming from, but it would appear I have fans. 2 of them, to be precise. They keep appearing. It's terrifying. What's your wisdom? What's clearer than crystal, sweeter than honey, and stronger than steam? What can make the dumb talk? What can make the lame walk? The elixir of life and philosopher's stone. And what helped Mr. Brunel to dig the Thames Tunnel? Sure, wasn't it whiskey from old way showing? So stick to the critter, the best thing in nature, for raising your souls and for drowning your sorrows and raising your joys. Night after wonder if lightning and thunder came from the plunder of whiskey, me boys. Sorry, I forgot the last line. I was going to annoy me otherwise.
The rest is chasing up invoices, desperately firing off pictures, and worrying over a budget spreadsheet that doesn't add up.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought it suited my schedule, allowing me to be flexible. But it has, in many ways, just robbed me of any connection to the way the rest of the world organizes itself.
Damn.
I never know what day of the week it is. When I don't sleep, the days and nights just bleed together.
Wait, hang on.
Sometimes it feels I work as a freelance writer. It's not a
I
good
just
job.
need
Very
to
little of it
understand.
actually involves writing. The rest is chasing up invoices, desperately firing off pictures, and worrying over a budget spreadsheet that doesn't add up. I always thought it suited my schedule, allowing me to be flexible.
Mm-hmm.
But it has, in many ways, just robbed me of any connection to the way the rest of the world organizes itself.
Oh.
I never know what day of the week it is.
How?
When I don't sleep, the days and nights just bleed together.
That's true.
Sometimes it feels that even my clock is lying to me, telling me that an hour lasts so much longer than it should, then stealing an entire morning in the blink of an eye.
That's called
There is
time
a man in
blindness,
my
my
living
friend.
room. He is tall, with sandy blonde hair that twists into unruly curls. I must have invited...
Pause. There's a man in your living room. Right, so there's a fan that wasn't there when you first got the fucking place, and now there's a bloody man in your living room, and you're not fazed? Girl!
He is tall, with sandy blonde hair that twists into unruly curls.
Oh God, it's
I must have
Michael!
invited him in. He sits in my armchair, drumming his fingers together. They make an odd clacking sound when they touch. I know him, though I have no idea where we might have met. His smile is friendly, but I don't like it. I apologize, tell him I've forgotten his name, and he waves it away, saying that names are overrated.
Yeah, that's
Then asks
fucking
how
Michael.
my day has been.
God damn it.
I tell him I don't know which day he means. And he laughs and laughs and laughs
Oh,
until
dear.
my nose begins to bleed. I see the blood dripping onto the patterns I have been drawing. How long have I been drawing? It isn't my pen. What's the longest you've ever stayed awake?
4 days.
As a student, I liked to push myself, conduct little experiments on my own capacity for fatigue, time how many hours, and then try to beat my record. After a while, I stopped
No, I
counting,
just had a manic
but for
episode.
some reason, I never really stopped thinking of them as experiments. At first, I tried to convince friends to stay up with me. Sometimes they would, but they never lasted more than 40 hours, and I always felt too awkward to stay up after they had crashed. Eventually, I began just doing it alone, relishing the feeling that I had somehow seen beyond what they were able to. I'm sitting in a
It's
cafe.
called Mania, buddy.
It's open all night, and
Oh, I
go
love
there when I'm feeling
all-night
restless
cafes.
late at night. I try to imagine I'm sitting in Hopper's
I wish there were
night walks
more
at the
all-night
diner.
cafes. I think we need
There is
more
a
of
thin
those.
layer of grease on the plastic tables that dispels any romanticism about the place.
Sad.
I'm drinking a cup of coffee. The coffee is awful. The cheapest instant that money can buy wholesale.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. It is black and opaque, and when I drink it, I can feel the tiniest bit of life seep through me as the caffeine enters my blood. I take a long sip and stop. The coffee has something in it, smooth and hard. I spit it onto the table. It's a tooth.
What?
I check, but I am not.
Fucking hell! This episode. What the fuck? What is happening? I feel so unmoored from reality listening to this episode. I'm pretty sure that's the point, and fuck, you did it again, Johnny boy, because Jesus Christ. Okay, fan not there. Oh my God, there's a fucking tooth in your cup. Ew, gross, disgusting. How did the tooth get there? What the fuck, man?
Missing any. It's small,
Well,
like a child's milk tooth.
I-
It just sits.
I've always hated that people call them milk teeth. There's something so... Baby teeth is what I've always called them. What everyone that I've known has called them. Baby teeth, because they're the teeth you have as a baby, and you lose them after you stop being a baby. Milk teeth. The idea... Ugh. Milk teeth. Why do people call baby teeth? Just call them baby teeth. It's so much easier. It's a better describer of what they are than milk teeth. That's just unsettling.
There. The waitress comes over to see if I want food, even though I never do. Her name tag reads Vanessa. I point to the shiny white lump now lying on the table. I don't think she sees it. And if she does not react.
Oh, visual hallucinations.
She
Okay,
goes to
I've
get
picked
me
up
more
now.
coffee.
I've picked up now.
Your vision goes strange when you don't sleep for a long time.
Yeah, it
I
starts
think
to
it's
not be
something to
real.
do with changing pressure on your eyeballs. You start to detect faint movements on the edges, on the periphery.
Mm.
And if you stare too long at a flat surface, it starts to gently pulse and move.
Hmm.
I wrote a short story once where it was things trying to push through into our dimension, strange, ghostly creatures that could only be seen by those who had so deprived themselves of rest that their mind opened itself.
Yeah, no, you're
In
just
the end,
tired,
the
mate.
protagonist finally saw them fully, and they blinded her. But maybe it's just the mind becoming too tired to properly process the signals your eyes send.
Essentially, yeah.
So much of what we see and hear are just useful lies that our brain tells us.
Fun fact, it's almost impossible to perceive a face as concave. And I know that sounds really ominous, but what I mean is that, you know, those plastic, I've probably already told you this, but I'm saying it for the one person who is actually watching this right now. There's this experiment. If you look up Einstein spinning head, you'll see a bunch of stupid gifs, but you'll also see one that's like basically white plastic spinning. And it looks like it's convex, like the face is looking out at you, until it spins enough and you realize it was concave the whole time. And essentially, this happens because our brain goes, no, a face is meant to be outwards. I know what a face is meant to look like. So even if the lighting's fucked up, it'll still see the face as convex, just with funky lighting, which doesn't make sense in regards to physics, because the light that's bouncing off the very tip of the nose, you know, inwards, because if the face is out, let's say this is the nose, right? And it's the light that's hitting there and then coming back to your eyes, that's the furthest away. So logically, you should see it's convex, but your brain is just so good at recognizing faces that it goes, nope, that's meant to be convex. Which is also probably why we get so unsettled when people's faces don't look quite right. You know, the whole uncanny thing. Because it's like we're very good at recognizing faces, which means we're very good at recognizing when a face is not correct. Even if we cannot explain why it's incorrect, we still know that it is, and it's, you know,
filtering out the useless bits and adding in what it expects to see.
Mm-hmm.
No one ever knows what they're really seeing or hearing. The billboard is damp. A sudden rainstorm has soaked it through, and the paper peels away at the corner.
This girl's not having a good time.
The blouse is now mottled and mouldy. The smile has warped into a sneer.
Yum.
The coffee is still steaming, the swirls of vapor unaffected by the rain, though the brightness in her eyes has turned into a vicious glare.
Ooh.
I can see the rust in the metal supports more clearly now, and they seem to bend over ever so slightly when they groan.
Oh dear.
The text now reads, "Sleep is for the weak." When you don't sleep, your energy goes in cycles. Your body will go through phases where it seems to be trying to completely shut itself down.
Yep.
Keeping your eyes open is quite literally a physical struggle.
Mm-hmm.
Then all at once you'll enter a period of manic energy, a second, third, or fourth wind.
Because you're in a manic episode,
nauseous,
mate.
Struggling to find an outlet for your sudden rush.
I hate it when it
Sometimes there
happens.
is a euphoria with this. Other times it's more like a desperation. As you get further and further into it, these cycles get closer and closer together until your entire self seems to change hour by hour. Of course, when you have insomnia, it doesn't matter how much your body tries to send you to sleep in the lulls. It simply doesn't have the ability to do so. Like your whole being is trying to push you into bed, but it's covered by a solid granite block. The man is back. This time I am on a bench in the park. The clouds roll and curl gently in the pale sky of dawn. He is twisting long blades of grass into strange spirals, but his fingers keep cutting through them instead. Is this when we met? He looks at me, his face impassive. If I even see it.
The tone that they've used to write this is very unsettling. It's almost like it's not happening to them. It's like adjacent from them, which I guess is also the point. But I did notice that it's definitely adds to the vibe.
He tells me that I look terrible. I try to focus, but his body shifts and undulates like so much else when
Don't worry, that one's not on you. He's just weird like
I
that.
tell him I haven't slept, and he nods and tells me that's okay. He is lying, and it makes me very afraid. They say that sleep is the most important factor in long-term health.
Yeah.
Night workers are apparently at risk for all sorts of problems, but not nearly so much as shift workers who are never able to settle into a proper long-term sleep schedule. The body needs time to rest and repair itself.
Yep.
Caffeine and drugs and adrenaline can give you all the energy you need, but they can't give you the rest that keeps you healthy.
Yep. Memory
I don't like to think
consolidation.
about what this might be doing to my insides, what it might lead to in the future,
It'll lead to memory
but it
problems.
doesn't really matter. Time is not exactly as firm a concept to me now as it perhaps once was.
That's not good.
My head is too heavy to give much thought to a clock. I am running through the city.
Why?
The alleyways are narrow and winding and do not turn all the directions they should.
Oh,
The smell
whoa!
fills me and my body is heavy as stone. I lean
Michael!
against the wall and for a second I am unsure
Stop your
if I will ever be
tomfoolery!
able to stand myself up again. I stagger through another street. Then I stop.
Okay.
I lie down on the tarmac and it is warm and soft beneath me.
That sounds quite nice,
I
actually.
feel sleep begin to overtake me,
Mm.
but I am wrong. It is dawn, and all that comes over me is faint and sickly sunlight.
Oh.
I can hear his laugh again, and my mouth tastes like burnt coffee.
Oh,
do
Michael,
not
leave
know
her
why I am
alone.
I know this place and what you want, but I have no proof to give you. I have nothing that cannot be waved away as a bad dream, by you, at least. I cannot wave, for my arms are too heavy and my hands are busy drawing those strange, familiar curves. What do you want? To find a child's tooth and hold it up triumphant, a talisman to conjure those things that you should fear? To photograph and analyze a billboard that has never once advertised coffee? To talk to a person who is not a person and whose strange laugh you should be fleeing?
Oh,
I'm here,
we've heard that
and
laugh.
I give you my words. They are all I have and all you want, and perhaps when I am free of them, then I will be allowed to sleep.
Once you go to sleep, it's going
I'm
to feel so
standing
good.
before the billboard.
Oh.
It is night, though a nasty ray of daylight makes it glow a dying pink. The roundabout is empty, and we'll never see a car again. It just goes around and around and around,
And
with
around
no
and
way
around.
on and no end to be had.
I knew we'd get back to the
The
round
woman
and
is
round.
baring her teeth in a triumphant snarl, her blouse now stained with the same rust that laces through the bars that support her. Her eyes slough off her face, revealing the
Ew.
twisted shapes of whatever the poster is that sits behind her. The steam that rises from the coffee is the same, always the same, always undisturbed, curling in on itself.
A spiral.
The words that stand stark above it. Sleep no more. I walk towards the billboard, and my sobs are drowned out by the screaming of rusted struts as they bend.
Well, hang on. Because it sounds like you're about to tell us how you fucking die. When did this shit happen? Because it must have happened before you gave your statement.
Buckling under the fatigue, the scream
I'm
of the woman
confused.
as she bears down upon me. It collapses on top of me, and I collapse with it. Statement ends. A difficult statement. I am forced to agree with Miss Halligan regarding how verifiable what she says is. There is no way to confirm it isn't a series of bad dreams. It sounds like a series of bad dreams. A cry for help from a woman with a very severe problem. There are no details to follow up, save for Miss Halligan herself, who passed away from a heart attack less than a month after giving this statement. She was 29. This time last year, I would have dismissed her as a kook, wasting our time. But a year changes a lot. And I now recognize the description of a tall man with curly blonde hair and an unnerving laugh all too well.
Oh, Michael.
Michael, did you drive her to this? Another victim of your warped games, or were you simply drawn like a vulture? Or maybe a shark sensing blood? What do you want from your victims? I'm rather glad I don't really drink coffee.
I do.
End recording.
Supplemental.
Supplemental.
Woo!
I know who's living in the tunnels.
Woo!
Well, That's not exactly true. I don't know their identity, but I've seen them.
You've seen them?
Shortly after Basira came to see me, I decided not to request her help with the tunnels. It has become clear she has her own concerns to be dealing with, and I am becoming less and less convinced that further police involvement won't result in more issues down the road.
Fair enough.
So shortly after she left, I decided to get somewhat more proactive and purchased a small motion sensor camera, which I hid in view of the trapdoor.
Very clever.
After a week, I reviewed the footage.
Mm-hmm.
It is remarkably poor quality, far below what the specifications of the setup should yield. It may be I was unfair to Elias about his difficulties setting up CCTV in the archives. Nonetheless, I was able to make out enough. For a start, I saw Sasha on 2 separate occasions entering and leaving the tunnels. I assume she must have gotten a copy of the key from somewhere, but it seems that when I met her down there earlier, she probably wasn't simply following me out of concern. It's not enough to confront her with yet. If she's working against us, I don't want to tip my hand too early, but I'll be keeping a closer eye on her.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely something she's hiding. It may even...
The fact that she's not Sasha! Ah! Nasha! That's what I call the not Sasha. Nasha, the fact that you are still... Your days are numbered, my friend.
She knows the other individual I saw emerging from the trapdoor. As I said, I do not recognize them. They appear to be a man, or at least male-presenting. Middle-aged or older, judging from the frame, but hard to be sure. They emerge around 3 in the morning, holding what appears to be an attaché case.
A what?
Then they spend...
A what? An attaché... What the fuck is an attaché case? Hang on. Time to do a little bit of research. Attaché case. Oh, it looks kind of like a briefcase. It's essentially it's a briefcase. It's just a fancy fucking word for a briefcase. Okay. I like the male presenting. Love that inclusivity from you, Jonathan. I love to see it. We love to see it, especially given that this was made in like 2018. We'd love to fucking see that. We love an ally who was an ally when most people weren't allies. They emerge around 3 in the morning holding what appears to be a briefcase. They
half an hour rifling through the archives and retreat back down after stuffing a handful of files into the case. On the one hand, this does reassure me that whatever's down there is human. But what worries me is the manner they leave the trapdoor. Rather than picking the lock or forcing their way through, they seem to move the floor itself out of their way somehow and replace it when they return. I've triple-checked, and the area surrounding the trapdoor is completely solid. Human or not, that worries me.
It fucking should. What the fuck?
Set up for now, and hopefully gather some further information. Maybe get a clearer picture of their face. Whatever this individual may be, I do not want to confront them unprepared.
Very fair. Very
and
good.
Supplemental.
Oh shit! Sorry, I accidentally clicked the sub. This does not matter at all, but in the transcript after the actual supplemental, like after the actual thing ends, they always put a little thank you, even though they don't actually say thank you, which I just think is very cute. Yeah. Right. Well, he just moved the floor. I'm having a really hard time visualizing that. Like you just, where did, I'm too tired for this. Oh, Nasha, your days are limited. I'm coming for you. Know this. Oh my God, we're nearly at the end of season 2. How exciting is that? We're going to listen to 75, and then we've only got Jesus Christ. God, is that you? No, it's just the sun. And then we've got 5 more episodes until the end of the season. I could probably bang it out now, but I don't want to because I don't have the energy for that shit. So just maybe listen to like 1 or 2 more episodes as a treat, because I haven't done one. Because before now I've been doing a lot of work, and tomorrow I'm going to be doing a lot of work because I got an exam. So this is kind of my night off. So yeah,
I'd change to an electric car.
I miss AI Guy.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archive.
You're damn right it does. Woo!
Episode 75. A Long Way Down.
That's not ominous or terrifying. I hate how loud it gets.
Statement of Stephen Walker regarding his brother's
I was
disappearance from
gonna
the
say
top
Stephen
of
Morgan.
Tour Montparnasse in October 2006.
Wait, what? Oh,
Original
Jesus.
statement given November.
Oops, I made everything rumble and tumble. My bad, sorry. Statement of Stephen Walker regarding his brother's disappearance from the top of Tour Montparnasse.
Statement of Stephen Walker regarding his brother's disappearance from the top of Tour Montparnasse in
Oh,
October
Montparnasse
2006.
complete. I'm dyslexic. I
Original
apologize.
statement given November
Tour
7, 2006. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I hope my brother is dead. He must be dead. I would love to believe that this is all some elaborate prank, some bizarre attempt to fake his own disappearance.
Do you mean the Eiffel Tower?
Deep down, I know that's not my brother. So he is dead. If not, I can't even begin to comprehend how dreadful a fate that would be. Some fears can only be endured for so long. My brother Grant was always afraid of heights. I remember we used to climb trees as children.
Oh no, I see
He
what
would
it
always
is
get
now.
scared halfway up, and it would be an hour of coaxing and reassurance before he managed to climb down. He still tried to climb them, though. That was my brother.
What a brave
Always
little
full of
boy.
bravery and optimism, until the moment the terror set in. He never did have the strongest survival instinct. Generally, he was fine with tall buildings if they had a lift. Stairs were often more of a problem, especially if there were windows from which he could see the ground getting further away. Still, the majority of his phobia, strangely enough, was focused on ladders. That's not to say he fainted with horror just being in the same room as one, just that climbing up and down ladders.
That would
was
be a little
particular
pathetic, I
sort of
can't
torture
lie.
for Grant. Those few occasions when I saw him do so, the stark white terror I saw etched on his face with every slight rattle or shift of the thing was enough to convince me that this wasn't some quirk to be gently mocked over Christmas dinner. It was a real and
I'd still
intense
mock him.
manifestation of a phobia. For the most part, it didn't affect our lives that much. We shared a small house in Jarrow, up near Newcastle, and it took more than a second floor to freak Grant out, although he pointedly never climbed the small stepladder that led up to the attic. The living arrangements were less than ideal, as Grant had been abruptly fired from his admin position with Deloitte in January, so he didn't contribute much to the house except for an indentation on the sofa. I hadn't really wanted to take him in. I mean, it's not that I don't love him or anything, he's my brother. It's just that we'd always got on best when we spent most of our time apart.
That's the way his
Familiarity does
sibling
breed
is.
some sorts of contempt better than others. And I knew that we were unlikely to be domestically suited to each other, as I am by nature quite fastidious, in ways that I know my brother is not. However, I had recently gone through a breakup, and there were only so many well-meaning hints from my parents about what to do with the newly spare room that, in the end, I caved and invited him to live with me. Work had been slow coming for Grant. By the time he lost the job with Deloitte, his knowledge of database administration had been so specific and specialist that he was struggling to find jobs that fit his skill set, which meant more time for him to spend making our living room look like a bomb site.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I know how this must sound, but I feel it's important you understand.
Honestly,
why
speak
I
ill of the dead.
confronted
Fuck the
us
dead.
in the first place.
I've
I
never
don't know what
understood
would
the
happen.
whole, oh, don't speak ill of the dead. Why the fuck not? I don't care. I don't care if they were a cunt past tense. They were a cunt. I don't care if it's a past tense situation, asshole. I'll speak as ill of the damn dead as I need to. If the dead did something ill that was rather illing, they will be illified, bitch. Most of those words weren't actual words. I just made most of them up.
Deep down, though, in the hidden corners of my skepticism, I know it's not my fault.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's because of the man with the lightning scar. He did this. I don't know how, and I don't know why. But he took my brother away from me, and if I ever see him again, I'm going to kill him.
Yeah.
The first time I saw him was when I broke my arm.
Okay.
It was about a year ago, just after Halloween. We'd both been out to a party the night before. I had managed to lose my keys, and it was only as we approached our front door that Grant decided it was the right time to announce that he'd left his keys in the house.
Oh, you want Daisy pics? I can give you Daisy pics. I have so many pictures of Daisy. Daisy is my dog, by the way, to the no one that's watching. There's actually no one watching for a change. That's surprisingly nice. I've just sent you 10 of my favorite Daisy pics. Yeah, it's not a skit. I didn't send it ironically. I thought it was a good thing. But clearly I was wrong. I want to know what you think of my dog, although she's not really my dog. You're welcome. I've missed Daisy so much. Daisy, it was Brandon's Chihuahua, and she was the most laid back Chihuahua you have ever met. I'm talking, big old dog energy where it's just like, I just want a hug and to go to sleep. I don't have time for barking or anything that doesn't involve food. I don't care. Just love me. And maybe I'll put my head up when the door knocks, but I won't be yapping. Okay, I don't have energy for that shit. I'm going to go take a nap. She had that energy, but a Chihuahua. A white, pure white, fluffy Chihuahua. Long hair Chihuahua. And oh, she was just the fun. And she smelled so good. She smelled like baby powder. I can't explain why or how, but she smelled like baby powder. And I loved her so much. But alas, I broke up with Brandon. That's probably the one thing I miss about Brandon is his dog, which is bad because it's like, yeesh. But I can't help it. Daisy was just so cute. Such a perfect little doggo, And I get sad every time I think about her because I'm like, I'm probably never going to see her again. And that's really sad. Because she actually lived with us here for a while, but Brandon never took care of her. I took care of her. I'm the one that took her for walks, took her down for the loo, and made sure she was fed. And I bought her jumpers because she used to get cold because she's a fucking Chihuahua and we live in England. I did all the main dog caring stuff. And I miss her, man. I really do. And this is the thing, is that my mum has said, well, you can get another dog later. And I was like, I know I can, but Daisy was just Daisy, like you can't. I don't know how I could replace Daisy in my head. I think I just. May. It was Daisy May, my little May. And I miss her so much. And I'm just glad that I took so many pictures of her, because I have hundreds of pictures of her. But I miss her terribly, to the point where I actually asked Brandon to, next time Daisy comes down, to give me let me see her. I like that you asked for those pictures and then just left. I see how it is. That's quite funny.
It looks like Godzilla, but using international copyright laws, it's not. Still, we should run like it is Godzilla! No, it isn't. Run! It's Godzilla! It looks like Godzilla, but using international copyright.
You mean cunt? Sorry, I got distracted.
I have mine. I was quite upset by this, and I had managed to lose my keys, and it was the first time we saw him was when I broke my arm. It was about a year ago, just after Halloween. We'd both been out to a party the night before. I had managed to lose my keys, and it was only as we approached our front door that Grant decided it was the right time to announce he'd left his keys in the house, assuming I'd have mine. I was quite upset by this, and we had something of a row out there in the front garden, both of us yelling through blistering hangovers. We couldn't get a locksmith, as that would take hours and cost us a lot of money that, with Grant unemployed and living with me, I did not have. After another few minutes of recriminations, I spotted that Grant had left his window ever so slightly ajar. Normally I would have reminded him that leaving a window open invites burglars, but in this case, that was almost exactly what we wanted. I knocked on the door to the house next to ours. Jim Hancock was not the best of neighbours. He was the closest thing to a cartoon cockney that I've ever met, and had a habit of blasting music loud enough to bleed through the walls of our terraced house. He was, however, a builder, which meant that he would have a ladder. He did, and after having a nice abrasive laugh at our situation, he went and fetched it.
I would have.
He wasn't interested in helping with the actual entrance to our home, and told us to leave the ladder in front of his garden, apparently unconcerned by the prospect of thieves. Obviously, I was the one going up the ladder. We placed it in the garden, trying to get the end nestled in the crook of the window, and I started to climb.
Okay.
It was less stable than I had anticipated. Grant was gripping it at the bottom, but the ground was softer than I thought, and as I reached for the window, I felt my stomach drop as the ladder pitched slowly to the side.
Oh.
I'd love to say that the next thing I knew I was on the ground with a broken arm, but I remember every second of that fall, like it was happening in slow motion. The rush of cold autumn air as I fell, the impact of my arm against the low brick wall, the sickening crunch.
Ew.
I lay there, my arm in absolute agony as Grant ran over to check on me. It was clear that the bone was broken and we needed to call an ambulance. My phone had been smashed in the fall, and when I asked Grant to use his, he got very quiet and told me sheepishly that, like his keys, it was still inside the house. Grant started knocking on people's doors, but no one answered. Maybe they weren't home, or maybe they had heard our blazing row and didn't want to help us. Even Jim didn't seem inclined to open his door a second time. It was becoming more and more clear that our only option was for Grant to climb in and get his phone. And I could see from his pale, frightened face that he had come to the same conclusion. To his credit, I didn't have to talk him into it. My obvious agony seemed to do that for me. He hoisted the ladder off the ground and pushed it close to the window. Then he stood there at the bottom, droplets of sweat visible on his face, and looked at me. He placed his foot on the lowest rung and began to climb. It was slow, and watching it was almost as painful as my shattered bone. His neck was rigid, stiff with the will not to look down. He was barely 10 feet off the ground, and every time the ladder shifted slightly, he made a small sound of terror. He kept his face away from me, but I think he might have been crying. It was as Grant was making his gradual ascent that I saw the man with the scar.
Oh, wow.
He was stood there, just across the street, watching us. He was short and wore an old grey suit faded with age that didn't seem to match his relatively youthful face. He wasn't wearing a tie, and the top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a jagged array of pale white scar tissue that seemed to climb up the side of his neck like a flash of lightning. His pale eyes were entirely focused on Grant, making his excruciating way up the ladder. If he noticed me watching him, he gave no sign of it. When I looked at him, I had the strangest feeling, like a wave of dizziness washing over me. My stomach dropped again like it had when I fell. I tried to tell myself it was just from the pain in my arm, making me feel ill, but it faded every time I looked away from that strange, scarred man who watched my brother. I looked back to Grant, who was nearly at the top and clearly struggling. His hands were so slick with sweat he was having trouble holding onto the metal rungs, and he was swaying dangerously. I was certain I was about to watch him fall like I had. But just as I was sure he was about to lose his grip, he reached out and got his arm into the open window. He grabbed hold of something inside and started to pull himself through.
Yay!
Soon his torso had disappeared into the window, then his legs. Everything was quiet.
Yay!
I suddenly felt very alone. I turned to look at the man with the scar, but it seemed like he had decided to move on. I could see him a little way down the street, walking away faster than I would have expected. I just lay there, with nothing to keep me company but the pain of my injury.
Fun.
Then I heard the sound of the latch, cutting through the silence, and the front door opened to reveal Grant, still soaked in sweat, triumphantly clutching his phone. I congratulated him on overcoming his fear before gently reminding him that the reason we needed the phone was to call an ambulance. He nodded like he hadn't forgotten, and made the call. The ambulance and hospital did pass in a bit of a blur. There was an X-ray and a lot more details about the specifics of the break than I really thought was necessary for the treatment instructions of keep it in a cast and try not to move it. It was irritating, but it wasn't as if it was the first time I'd broken a bone.
I've never broken a
Time
bone.
passed, I healed, and I forgot about the strange man who had watched my brother almost fall. My brother finally got another job shortly before Christmas.
Yay!
With Deloitte again, though a different department. But he didn't seem inclined to move out of the room in my house. He did offer to cover the rent for a few months, which I did appreciate, as paying it solo had wiped out a good deal of my savings.
I bet it did.
It wasn't
Jeez.
like I had other housemates lining up to join me, so I resolved to make the best of it and live with his irritating habits. It was fine, you know. We didn't get on any better than we had when he was unemployed, but without the lingering resentment of money, I could just about tolerate his occasional hygiene issues.
Ew.
And life rolled on. It was about 2 months ago that I started planning for Paris. There was a conference I was due to speak at, and I hadn't had a holiday since I broke up with Carly. So I decided to take a full week there to really relax. I did not invite Grant, which you would have thought would make him think twice about coming with me. But you'd be wrong. As soon as I mentioned it to him, he was online checking if there were any more seats on my flight. There were. And he kept bugging me to change my hotel booking to a twin room until I finally relented and did so. Every time I mentioned something I was planning to do, he would invite himself along, generally getting me to arrange it and saying he'd pay me back. I'm sure he intended to and was just excited to spend some time hanging out in Paris, but at the start of October he lost his job again. He'd been caught smoking weed on company property.
Why would you do that?
He managed to
You twat.
might have actually calling the police, but he was dismissed on the spot and told in no uncertain terms that he was not welcome to apply for any further vacancies. I imagine he wasn't going to get a reference either.
You dug your own bloody grave there, didn't you, mate?
I will admit that I wasn't as sympathetic as I could have been.
Well, I wouldn't have
From my
been
point of view,
sympathetic
it was his own
either.
damn fault. Because of it, I was suddenly on the hook for a reasonable amount of money. It was clear that when we went to Paris, I was going to have to pay for him. He was so despondent that I didn't have the heart to tell him he couldn't come. So that's why,
I fucking would have.
when we went to Paris 3 weeks ago, I was both seriously pissed at Grant and in almost complete control of where we went while we were there. I think that's why I decided to take him up to Montparnasse. There was no way I was going to get him up the Eiffel Tower, but I reckoned correctly that he wouldn't have heard of the Tour Montparnasse, the actual highest point in Paris accessible by the public. It just looked like a normal skyscraper, so I reckoned it probably wouldn't ring any alarm bells for him until we were actually in the lift. You've got to understand, I just wanted to freak him out a little bit. He'd have a bit of a panic, I'd pretend to have forgotten about his phobia, and we'd head back down with me feeling slightly avenged.
You know what, that's fair.
At first, it was all going exactly according to plan. I was vague about the attraction we were going to see, and he clearly hadn't heard of the Tour Montparnasse, so he didn't make any fuss when we went inside, even when we first got into the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
As it started to rise, though, I saw the apprehension start to creep across his face, and he asked where the lift was taking us. I had to fight the urge to suppress a smile as I told him we were heading up to the best view in Paris, and his face started to drain of colour. By the time we reached the top, his legs were shaking so badly he was finding it hard to stand. I feigned concern, though inside I was savouring his discomfort more than was probably healthy.
that's sibling life. That's what it's like. I understand that it sounds sadistic, but that's what it's like when you have siblings. That's how you show love. You make their lives hell. Because it's like, obviously I'm going to make sure you're okay because you're my sister, but I'm also going to make sure that you are as inconvenienced as physically possible. But technically it is a harmless practice. It's, you know, it's a protected, I looked it up. It's basically just like a rooftop, like, pool place essentially, but just without the fucking pool, you know. And so it's just, and it's got like this glass stuff around it to make sure you don't fall off, which, to be honest, every single building top should have. You know, it's not exactly like any harm can come to him. Probably less than the harm that could come of the Eiffel Tower, to be honest.
Immediately about to get back in. Something about the idea of going back down again so soon clearly caused him to hesitate. He mumbled something about sitting down and collecting his thoughts, and staggered over to a seat a good distance away from the barriers that surrounded the building's rooftop observation terrace.
This is such
I
sibling
left
work.
him to collect his thoughts and walked over to the edge. The view was breathtaking. I could see all of Paris stretching out before me, including the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
And in the mid-morning sun, it was one of the most beautiful and serene things I had ever seen. It was as I gazed at the majestic city below me that I felt a lurch in my stomach, like I was falling, and I pitched forward into the barrier, bruising my arm and sending an agonizing echo of my broken bone shooting up my body.
Ooh.
I braced myself on my hands and knees, trying to overcome the sudden swimming nausea in my head. Finally, I managed to center my vision enough to look up, and there he was.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
There was an
Crew.
icy breeze that high up. I seemed not to notice as his loose, thin shirt billowed around that sprawling white scar. He stared at me, and I felt again like I was falling right through the floor. I tried to speak, say anything, but my breath caught in my chest. The worst part, though, was his expression. He looked bored. At some point, I felt hands gripping me, and I was pulled gently from the floor. It was a pair of tourists from New Zealand who had come over to see if I was all right. I mumbled something about vertigo, though the feeling had faded now. I looked around, but there was no sign of the scarred man. I looked again and realized with mounting alarm that there was also no sign of Grant.
Oh, God.
I checked, but the terrace wasn't huge and there was nowhere for him to be hiding. I thought he must have taken the lift back down, but he wasn't in the lobby, or outside, or anywhere. I didn't realize my phone was dead until several hours into the search. When I finally charged it, I had dozens of missed calls from Grant, and almost 400 text messages. Most were too scrambled to read, but those that weren't were asking where I was, where anybody was, where the elevators were. There was one picture that seemed to have come through without too much corruption. It seemed to show the terrace, but where the barrier should have been was just a sheer drop, with the top of a ladder reaching up and over it. I couldn't make out the city below it. I tried to call his phone so many times, but whenever it actually connected, all I heard was the sound of rushing wind. I know that man with the scar took my brother. I don't know how he took him or where, but I know he's gone. I haven't seen either of them since. And I don't think I will.
Sorry, man, that's
It
rough.
never felt like I was what he wanted. I really hope Grant is dead. Because if not, I have a horrible feeling deep inside that he's still on that ladder.
Oh,
Statement ends.
that's kind of sad. That ending's kind of sad. Like, oh no, he's still on the fucking ladder.
Michael Crew, the man with the lightning scar.
Yep.
A fractal pattern burned into his flesh, chased by the manifestation of that pattern, and then jumped out a window.
Yep.
So what is he now? It strikes me that whenever a person gains any sort of power from these books, often they change not just their actions, but who they are.
Mm-hmm.
It almost seems as though the power uses them rather than the other way round. Did Leitner's book do something to Michael Crew?
Probably.
Others who encountered it reported similar feelings of vertigo to those reported by Mr. Walker. But it also puts me in mind of the fate of Robert Kelly, the skydiver who fell for far longer than he... Hello? Basira, what are you doing here? I thought...
Here.
Those are the tapes.
As many of them as I could get.
I don't understand. You said we were done.
They're covering it up. Altman's death, saying he was dirty, that he got stabbed in a botched drug deal.
Wait, so the operation you went on...
It doesn't exist. I mean, I didn't know Leo well, but it's not right. And they seemed happy enough to get me out the door.
Well, I still don't understand why this leads to me getting the tapes. I mean, not that I'm ungrateful,
Well, they're sure as hell not going to solve Gertrude's murder, so you might as well have them. Before I don't know, maybe I still had enough police in me not to just steal from evidence, but now...
They've rather lost your loyalty. I thought they were watching you.
No, not since the Brody op. Everyone's been too busy. Daisy knows, and she's fine with it. There shouldn't be any problem until next inventory, and even then, it's only if they can be bothered with the section stuff. You should be in the clear.
Nice.
I don't know how to thank you.
Well, if I never see you again or hear about any of this, that would be thanks enough.
Basira said, mate, just go the fuck away. That is all I want. I just want a normal life where no one is disappearing. There isn't smoke billowing out of someone's mouth like a fucking ink sac. And the dark isn't eating people. And just like, I'm not fucking losing my shit. And a guy isn't just repeatedly shooting himself in his now cavernous head because he can't bloody die. I just want a normal life, please. Poor Basira, man. She was like, take the tapes, leave me alone. I'm going to bed. Goodbye.
I wonder where to start.
We don't get a supplemental. Kind of sad. That is quite unfortunate. Also, they got her name wrong in this. They called her Basira. Sorry, I'm looking up the transcript thing. I really wish he'd finished his thought on the skydiver. You know, I feel like that's something I would like to know. But it's fine. It's fine, I guess. Should we watch another one? I think we should. I feel like I've earned it. I am keeping note as well of the ones that I've earned to watch, though. I have to do enough work to earn them. There. Now I've tallied off my 3. I don't know if you can see, but oh yeah, there you go. So I start them in red, and then once I've watched them, I redo them in black, and that way I know how many episodes I've watched and how many episodes I've earned from doing enough work. It's a surprisingly effective method. Thank you, Lum. The smell of blood. It's quite a metallic smell.
I changed to an
I miss AI Guy. Where are you, AI Guy? I miss you.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
can't believe I ate all of these cookies. That was such a fat moment.
Episode 76. The smell of blood.
Oh, that's me. I thought, sorry, there was like this weird like sound, and I was like, Magnus Archives, are you okay? And then I realized it's my zip along the table, being a freaky freak and scaring me.
Fine, say your piece, but please make it quick. I have more pressing business.
Come on. I thought we were past that.
Past what?
The attitude. I know I was kind of snotty when I first came in, but come on, you would know better. I can admit I misjudged this place. Can you at least give me a chance?
Fine. I'm sorry. I'm glad your opinion of us has changed.
My opinion of your institute. I still think you're a pompous ass.
Well, this pompous ass has some very urgent work to do, so if your statement is just going to be insults, you can go back to the damn library.
It's not. Look, I think I found something.
About what was it?
Who is this? Is this oh fucking hell, what's her name? Give me a minute. Melanie King. That's the one.
Grey ladies.
No. Well, sort of, I suppose. But that's just
She
it.
sounds different.
Grey ladies are just the beginning. They're the safe ones, I think. There are others.
More active ghosts.
Yes.
Oh, good lord. You okay?
Yes, it's not as bad as it looks.
What did that? When?
Just before I came in last time. And best I can tell, it was a 1940s surgical scalpel.
A scalp.
So, can I make my statement now?
I think that might be for the best. Statement of Melanie King regarding her further researches into...
I'm just calling them war ghosts.
War
Quite a
Ghost.
correct from subject, 13th February 2017.
Oh, 2017. I forgot that we were in
Ghost Hunt
2017.
UK struggled after Aldershot. Sarah Baldwin disappeared. I spent a while trying to track her down, but nothing led anywhere. I'm sure you found the same. The thing is, even though her peeling and stapling her own skin was the weirdest part of what I saw, it wasn't what I got really hung up on. Fact is, there was a presence in that place. A genuine, unseen presence that physically attacked her.
Yeah.
I've got no real reference point for who or what Sarah Baldwin might be, but I sure as hell know what a ghost is and how to look into one.
You're
The
goddamn
others
right,
were
little
dealing
Miss
with
Ghost
their own
Hunter.
stuff. We struggled through another year, but it wasn't the same. Tony was the worst. She just got harder and harder to pin down for shoots, and then I struggled to reach her by phone or email. When she moved down to Bristol in March, she didn't even tell me. I had to hear it from Steve. In the exact same call, he said that he was thinking about leaving the team as well.
Why are they all leaving all
I
at once?
think that's kind of why I came to you guys. I knew it was what happened at the CMH that was breaking us apart, but I couldn't actually talk to them about it. Then Andy decided to take what he called a bit of a holiday from the show, and I wasn't sure if he was coming back. If he did, I thought maybe we could find a new team and keep the show going, but he didn't. As far as Ghost Hunt UK is concerned, he's still on holiday, and it's just me. I actually went back to the Cambridge Military Hospital. It was being torn down, but I hopped the fence after dark and just waited. There was nothing. Just dust and rubble and silence. If I closed my eyes, I could trick myself into thinking that the wind was some sort of howl of pain.
Okay.
But that's all it was, really. The wind. So I started looking into similar buildings, military hospitals specifically, but anywhere with a reputation for being haunted and connected to historical conflicts. It was then that I started noticing something about the paranormal investigator community.
We all look in the same places. There's a surprisingly small number of hauntings and cryptids that we all sort of swap between, repeating each other's research and coming to similar conclusions. That's why so many of us tend to go over to America. It's so much bigger that there's a lot more supposedly haunted locations on the circuit. Even then, it's not as many as you think. I mean, we get plenty of tips from the public about other stuff. They don't all come to see you, you know. But if they're not reporting something that we're already at least a bit familiar with, we tend to dismiss them out of hand. I used to assume this was to protect us from drunks and weirdos who ate the wrong kind of mushroom. I don't think that's it, though. I think it's to protect us from the stuff that might be real.
Ooh.
Make sure we only go looking after encounters that others have already confirmed are safe. I mean, I don't know what it was about Sarah Baldwin that mixed up so badly with the presence in the CMH, but that was the first I'd ever heard of a significant encounter there. Somewhere, somehow, the community had deemed it as not dangerous, asbestos notwithstanding. So the more I looked, the more I realized that there was this huge list of places that my colleagues steered completely clear of without even realizing it, and a handful of stories to go with them. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Even back then, I could feel all my old friends starting to distance themselves from me. Like they sensed I was crossing some unspoken line about what we were allowed to investigate. Everyone had a story about the friend who'd gone to the wrong place alone and disappeared, or had just quit the paranormal scene without explanation. I'd heard them all before, but now they weren't just pub chatter and spooky stories. They were not so subtle warnings about straying from the path. I couldn't go back, though. It was like once I'd seen that there was a path to stray from, I couldn't unsee it. And I couldn't ignore the call from the woods all around. I stopped asking the others for help, and I kept my research to myself. I talked to them less and less. By the time I was arrested, I think a lot of them had already given up on me. I'd been looking into
just outside of the
stuff.
outside of the lines, bro.
Without the right sort of reputation for most of my lot. The sort of places with 20 made-up ghost stories for every one that might have some real meat to it. After a while, you start to get a feel for the ones that are real, or at least that the writer thinks are real. They tend to be the messy ones, the ones that don't really have any sense or resolution, no narrative flow. Where there isn't even a guess at an explanation, and often you end up just thinking, is that it?
Life tends to not actually have a conclusion that makes sense, or that is even a proper conclusion. It's just an ending. That's why I've, like, when things just end abruptly, that's more accurate almost, because it's like, well, yeah, that's just kind of what life is like, you know?
There was one, though, that caught my eye.
Excuse me.
It was some anonymous worker at the CF Booth Scrap Metal and Recycling Yard. If you haven't heard of it, it's in Rotherham, and it's one of the biggest train graveyards in the UK.
Oh, I love a good train graveyard.
The guy said he worked there scrapping train, but that there was this one metal rail car that had been there since he got the job, and it never seemed to be on the queue for recycling. He'd asked his supervisor, but they just shrugged and told him if it wasn't queued, it didn't get scrapped. And he couldn't get a straight answer out of anybody as to why it had just been sat there for years. He said it was old, like 1950s old, or even earlier maybe.
Damn.
More than that, he said that anytime he passed it while working late, he got a really strong metallic odor that cut through all the other smells of the junkyard. He said he'd never been inside the carriage, but that it smelled like old blood. The same post was on a couple of different forums, and each time told slightly differently. It wasn't copy-pasted, and it seemed like the post had been made over the course of a couple of years. There was nothing really to separate it out from the hundreds of horror story liars that surrounded it, but it stuck with me. It kept playing on my mind.
It had the
about
vibe.
The way he had described the old rolling stock felt real to me. So I decided to check it out. I have family up in Sheffield that I hadn't seen in way too long, so I made arrangements to go and stay with them for a week.
I figured it wouldn't be too hard to head out and check the yard at night, since Rotherham's only a few miles away. I was right about how easy it was to get there, but not about getting in. I always forget how big a target places like that are for thieves, and how hard they work to keep them out. High walls, sturdy gates, and security guards all stood between me and this supposedly haunted train. I should have turned back, really, but by then I was kind of obsessed with finding anything to reassure me that I hadn't been seeing things back in Aldershot.
I think I understand the feeling.
I'm sure you do.
That's the
I got
first time
over
he's
all
spoken
on
during
my
a
third
statement.
night
That's so
watching.
weird.
I'd managed to figure out enough about how the cameras and security guards covered the place that I could take a full minute to get over quietly. The forum poster whose lead I was following hadn't given much away about his own identity, but he had been very detailed in describing what I was looking for. An almost featureless steel boxcar with a slightly curved roof, large windowless sliding door, and a few flecks of olive green paint still visible. Even so, finding it was tricky. There was almost no light inside the yard except for the security lights that I was trying not to trip. I had brought a torch, of course, but I was reluctant to turn it on in case I was spotted. After about 10 minutes, I began to realize that my eyes weren't actually going to be the best way to find it, because there on the wind was the smell of blood. It was faint at first, but as I felt my way past old discarded
Either you're going to
trains
find a
being
train or a
monstrous,
murder scene, bro.
my eyes had adjusted now, and I could see the rusted ancient skeletons of freight and passenger cars. They stood empty and still, silhouetted against that dull orange of a cloudy sky that glowed with light pollution. As I got closer, I started to get jumpy, and I swear more than once I saw figures sat in the broken windows of those old trains. They were never there when I looked again.
Of course they weren't. Never are.
Finally, I saw it. The stark, angular shape clear, even in the dark. It was far enough from the security stations that I finally dared to turn on my torch.
Okay.
The light hit the dull steel, casting long shadows into its crevices. And it somehow seemed heavier than it should have been. It was old, really old, but there was no rust on its edges. The smell of blood was almost choking.
Ew.
I began to walk towards the large sliding door, but as I did so, my torchlight caught on something tucked in the corner of the paneling.
Oh, no.
It seemed to be a serial number, stenciled in black paint.
Okay.
It was clear and legible despite its age, and surrounded by patches of still unpeeled green paint. The colour of it made me think of the army. I took a few seconds to jot it down for checking later, then reached up and slid the
You're not gonna
large
tell me?
metal door to the side, shining my light inside.
I was ready to write down the number.
At first it still seemed dark, and I couldn't see much. My light hit the opposite wall, but it was the same featureless steel as the outside. Then my torch beam drifted downwards, and I caught sight of the thick red stream dripping from the now open side of the car. The floor of the carriage was about chest height for me, and as I looked, I could see it was streaked with trails of blood that led down to the doorway. I traced my light up and along the shallow red stream, and it hit what looked like an old metal hospital gurney. The fabric that covered it was the same military green as the outside.
Oh,
And the body that lay on it was covered in a white cotton bag.
There was a body!
At the bottom. It wasn't lying still either, but it twitched and writhed as though in pain. I wanted to run.
Oh, God!
Without warning, a shape ran out of the darkness to my left.
Oh, God!
With shining metal in its hand, and
Oh,
charged
God!
over to the twitching white body bag and began to plunge the scalpel into it again and again and again. It looked like a man. He was maybe mid-20s, dressed in army fatigues and wearing a white armband with a red cross on it.
Oh, God.
His eyes, though, they weren't human. I mean, they were, but Everything in them that makes us people was gone. The only thing in those eyes was violence.
Wow.
Carnage.
Blood.
Yeah. Blood. I was so fixed on those
Fucking
eyes,
hell.
I didn't even notice him run at me.
Oh!
It was only when I felt the scalpel slice into my shoulder that I realized what was happening and thought to scream. Next thing I knew, I was being carried away by security guards. They were shouting at me while I ranted at them about blood and ghosts. I only had a chance to look back at the carriage once. It was too dark inside to be sure, but I think it was empty.
Oh, God.
They couldn't decide whether to call the police or the ambulance, so split the difference and called both. The cut was nasty, but not deep enough to do any real damage.
What the fuck do you mean
As
it's a
you saw,
scalpel?
I'm getting quite a scar from it.
Ooh.
Still, it meant that even though I was technically arrested, I got to go in the ambulance rather than the police car. The guys from the scrapyard told them I'd cut myself in the dark on a sharp piece of metal. I started screaming at them, trying to tell them what actually happened. That must have been when that dog walker, or whoever the hell it was, started filming. I was actually a meme for a day or two. You do know what that is, don't you?
Yes, I know what a meme is. You okay?
Well,
I like that she couldn't help herself. Had to just get that little jab in there. Just. Yes, I miss.
Yes, I know what a meme is. You were saying?
well, that's it, really. After I recovered, they dropped the charges, and I came to you, looking to use your library. You see, I still had the serial number, and I looked up the carriage afterwards. It was from World War II, the 11th U.S. Army hospital train operating in the European theatre from August 1944. The train crew was actually commended for their service.
But
It crashed in April 1945, derailed, killed 5 crew and seriously injured 14 more. There weren't any patients on board at the time, at least not officially. There was only one steel train car that avoided derailment.
I see.
Exactly. There's not a lot more information on it, though, and I've no idea how it ended up in Rotherham, so I came here to dig a bit deeper.
Really? Our library is extensive, but it's hardly focused on the Second World War.
No, but the most detailed description of the crash that I could find came from the report of a man called William W. Hay, and later in life, William Hay...
Became a noted occultist whose memoirs and researches were only ever published in heavily edited form, and we have unexpurgated copies.
Exactly.
Did you find anything?
Plenty. He'd served on the...
These two are best friends.
engineer, and there was a lot he had to say about it. They even let me make a photocopy.
On the subject of savagery, I have myself seen the long-term effects upon the psyche of witnessing the violence men may inflict upon one another.
Classic.
The
Into the
dulling of the
statement.
senses is merely the first step, though one that few progress beyond. In more acute cases, there comes a strange mania, a fascination with the mechanisms of this violence, the tactility of injury and the sensations that accompany it.
Yo.
The smell of blood especially appears to incite in a certain sort of mind, numbed by the horrors of war, the urge to commit unspeakable violence. I saw it once in the eyes of a young medic near Marais, a thing so grotesque that I have some sympathy with those who decided to crash, rather than risk his rampage. But even that pales to insignificance compared to what I saw in the infirmary at Amritsar. 24 Gurkhas tearing each other to pieces, consumed by the terrible butchery they had inflicted.
Ew.
Such things are
Oh,
not to be
no.
dwelt on, but serve to illustrate my proposition that violence, inflicted, received, or even just witnessed, can not only deal injury to the body or the mind, but to the soul itself. I see. So does this mean...
Yes, and I've got my plane to India already booked.
Even after your experience with the hospital train, it sounds like this could be far more dangerous.
Oh, thank you, but I don't need your fake concern. I've heard them talking upstairs. You know this obsession even better than I do. I just wanted to make my statement.
In case you get murdered by ghosts.
Yes,
I understand. Thank you, Melanie.
sure. Where's Sasha, by the way? I wanted to say goodbye.
I'm sorry?
Sasha, your assistant? I haven't seen her in a while. Oh, you didn't fire her, did you?
I'm not sure I understand. She brought you down here?
Oh. No, is that another Sasha? Are you collecting them?
No. There's just Sasha.
Oh, you know who I mean. Tall, long hair, glasses.
Yeah, long hair,
She
yeah.
was here when I first came in, back last April. We had a long conversation about haunted house.
No, I remember, but that is Sasha.
Right, okay. Are you trying to gaslight me or something?
What? No.
Is this a joke to you?
No, I
Because
that-
I am not crazy, and that is not the same woman I met before.
Yes, it is. I mean, what?
There is something very wrong with
No.
you.
What? I haven't followed up on Melanie's statement. I just keep thinking about what she said about Sasha. She was so certain. I mean, it's Sasha.
Your days are numbered, Nasha!
Obviously, it's Sasha, but something... There's more than one thing in the files that can trick you. I can't just ignore it. So many stories about things that aren't as they appear to be. Why Melanie, though? Why? It doesn't matter. I need to do more research. When Melanie came in, I was looking through the box of tapes Basira gave me, trying to decide where to start. Now I think I have an idea. End supplemental.
I've realized what it thinks. The click off of the cassette tape at the end. The transcript picks that up as "thank you." I wonder if that was intentional, because that's really cute. Otherwise, that's really cute. Nash's days are numbered, and I I feel like Melanie and John could be like conspiracy buddies if they just got over themselves and stopped being assholes. And also, either Melanie was like, are you, is this a joke to you? When have you ever seen John make a joke in his life ever? Like, oh, I kind of want to watch another episode. I'm going to do it.
Hi, Anusha here, voice of Gwenbu.
Don't know who you are. Don't know who you are. Don't know who you are.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 77. The Kind Mother.
Oh God. The way he says that is quite disconcerting. The Kind Mother.
Case 9941509. Lucy Cooper. Incident occurred in Draycott, Somerset, August 1994. Victim's name given as Rose Cooper. Statement given 15th of September 1994.
Rose, that's
Committed to
me.
tape 4th of November 1996. Gertrude Robinson recording.
Yeah, you are.
There is a stranger claiming to be my mother.
Ooh.
I don't know who she is. Everyone else says that she's my mother and gives me looks of alarm when I tell them she's an imposter. I don't know what to do. My mother and I have always had our differences. To be honest, it's only been in the last 5 years or so that we really began speaking again. She was always a strong-willed woman, never one to blunt her opinions, and throughout my childhood it gradually got worse. Nothing I ever did was quite good enough, and any hint of pride I might have taken in myself or my achievements was always undercut by some cutting little critique. Even on those rare occasions that I succeeded at something highly enough to actually warrant her praise, it was always appended with doubt. I remember when I was 15, I came first in an inter-school athletics competition. I was 2 seconds ahead in the 100-meter sprint, and all she could say was, "Make sure being the best runner doesn't distract you from your exams." It didn't really come to a head until I got engaged to Lawrence, though. We'd been dating on and off through university, and I'd sat through enough awkward family dinners to know that my mother didn't like him. But her disapproval was nothing new, so I ignored it. When he proposed to me after our graduation, I'd assumed she would simply tolerate it, as she had every other one of my decisions. I was wrong. When I told her, she got angry. Not the chill, disapproving anger I was used to, but a genuine, shouting rage. She accused me of throwing my life away, told me I'd regret it, and that Lawrence was good-for-nothing scum who'd drag me down and stop me achieving anything. I answered her in kind, and the argument that we had that night was the last time I saw her for almost 10 years.
Damn.
I tried to convince myself that our differences were just that. We were simply two very different people. But sometimes I worry that
See, the way that Gertrude is making the statement actually sounds like what a statement is meant to sound like. You know, conversational, you have some intonation, but, you know, nothing unnecessary or like over dramatic or like super emotional, just enough to, you know, make it not sound robotic. John, our little theatre kid, he puts his heart and soul into those performances. We love him for it.
the reason we could never get on was that we were far too much alike. For instance, we were both far too stubborn for our own good. Maybe that's why I stayed with Lawrence through 2 affairs, as if accepting that I'd made a mistake would be letting her win. In the end, I only left him when he was jailed for embezzlement 8 years into our marriage. Even then, I didn't want to speak to her. Didn't want to tell her she'd been right.
Yeah, I know that.
It wasn't until my father had his accident that I finally decided to try and make amends. My father is a gentle man. To this day, I couldn't really tell you anything about his thoughts or opinions on anything, as they were invariably bulldozed by my mother. He was a benign, ineffectual presence, always in the shadow. For all that, I did love him. So when he fell from a ladder and ended up in a wheelchair, I made the decision to try and reconnect with my parents.
Good idea.
It wasn't easy. Beyond the greying of her hair, my mother hadn't changed, and the reconciliation I'd hoped for never really came. I spent my visits biting my tongue or getting into vicious fights whenever I wasn't able to. But I could always see on my father's face how much he liked to see me, how happy he was to have our small family together again.
Aww.
So I persevered.
That's
I think
so
she
sweet.
saw it too, to be honest. And whenever he wheeled himself painfully into the room, she would try her best not to antagonize me. After a while, we came to an uneasy peace. There were practical issues as well. They'd retired to the small village of Draycott in the Somerset countryside. And as I lived in London and didn't have a car, it was 2 trains and a long bus ride any time I wanted to see them. But I made the effort.
That's
I
nice.
even conceived a reason to go more often. I've been doing some freelance work this summer for the British Library, recording and compiling oral histories on various topics. And it so happened that during her time as an academic, my mother had been something of an authority on English and Welsh folklore. In fact, one of the reasons she always gave for retiring out there was how many myths and legends made their home in the area. So I proposed that I make some recordings of her, telling and discussing them for the project. She agreed, though not before telling me how pointless the whole thing sounded, and over the last few months I saw them several times. My father was happy, the recordings I got were surprisingly usable, and everything seemed to be getting better.
That's nice.
2 weeks ago, I went to see them, and someone else opened the door. Someone I didn't recognize. She wore my mother's clothes, but they shouldn't have fitted her. My mother is tall, rail thin, and always keeps her hair cut short. But the woman who answered my knocking was shorter, rounded about the middle, and wore her curly white hair down almost to her shoulders. I had definitely never seen her before. I asked if my parents were home, and she laughed. It was a soft, joyful sound that was so unlike anything I expected to hear in that house that I had to take a step back to collect my thoughts. My father
You're
wheeled
not my
round the
bitch.
corner and shouted a greeting as though everything was perfectly normal. He moved up beside the plump old woman standing in the doorway and looked at me, smiling. The image made me feel queasy.
Oh,
I'm
the
not even
static
sure
has kicked
why.
in.
At this point, I had no reason to think this person was anything other than a friend of my parents, but something wasn't right.
Mm-hmm.
I asked where my mother was, and they both got very quiet. I repeated the question with more force, and my father looked up to this strange woman in confusion. She smiled sadly and stepped towards me, opening her arms as if to hug me, but I yelled at her to get back, demanding to see my mother. My father's face grew dark, and he told me that my joke wasn't funny. With the most force I'd ever heard from him, he told me that however angry I was, this wasn't the right way to deal with it. I looked back at this woman, standing there with open arms, and she smiled at me. "Come, give your mother a hug," she said. The hour or two after that are a bit of a blur. I have vague memories of being numbly taken through into the living room,
That's
sat on the
so
sofa,
creepy.
and handed a cup of tea. I tried to drink it as they talked on at me, but it was ice cold, so I must have been sitting there a long time. I nodded once or twice, I think.
I think.
My dad clearly thought I was having some sort of breakdown and was just talking about whatever came into his head in the hopes of calming me down. The woman who was not my mother just talked cheerily, as though there was nothing at all amiss. She had a kind voice, and her words were warm and friendly. She was nothing like my mother, and I was very quickly becoming deeply afraid. Had she done something to my real mother and somehow convinced my father she was her? It seemed a
dear.
ridiculous thought.
Very
My father may
possible.
have been disabled, but his mind was still sharp, and he'd never shown any signs of the sort of dementia that would let a stranger pose as his wife.
Mm.
Was he her prisoner? Maybe, but he didn't seem to be acting as though anything was wrong. And if that was the case, why bother trying to convince me of so obvious a lie? I excused myself and moved quickly out towards the back garden. Neither of them made a move to stop me. I saw a phone near the back porch and grabbed it, intending to call the police, when something caught my eye. It was a series of photographs on the wall, showing our family in happier times. It had been there for as long as I'd been to the house, and likely a lot longer. I'd spent a long time staring at it, my first visit there, lost in pleasant nostalgia, remembering days at the beach or the trip we took to Hanover when I was 8. But now in every one of them, there stood this new woman, where my mother should have been.
Oh no.
She looked younger in these pictures, just like my father. And across the dozen pictures on the wall, I could see a timeline of this woman growing old alongside him. There was no way these photos could have been staged, and I could even see a small crease on the bottom corner of the Hanover picture. I remembered I'd sat on the pictures by accident on the journey home, bending the corner out of place.
Oh dear.
I got a nasty talking to after that, and certainly not from the kindly fraud currently putting the kettle on in the kitchen.
Hmm.
It didn't make any sense. It still doesn't make any sense. After
Double
dinner, I
banger.
insisted that we get out the photo albums, spouting some nonsense about catching up on memories. My father and the woman who was not my mother agreed readily enough. And so out came the albums, and I began to look through them. I must have looked at well over 500 photographs that evening, and not a single one was out of place or failed to feature this stranger where my mother should have been.
John's
As
gonna
my
have a
turning
right
of the
fucking
pages
ball with
became
this
more
one.
and more frantic, I spotted a look on the face of this new mother. It was amused, almost mocking, and I became sure that she knew. Whoever this woman that called herself Rose Cooper was, she knew it was a lie as much as I did, and my confusion and fear delighted her. For all that, though, I was at a complete loss to explain any of it. Every piece of photographic evidence I can find supported this woman's claim to be my mother. My father's memories agreed, as did the memories of the two neighbours I was able to talk to the following day, Tom Harrison and Joanne Fisher. Both of them told me they'd known George and Rose Cooper since they'd moved in, and when I asked them to describe Rose, they said she was medium height with a kind round face and long curly white hair. I even took a walk up to the Church of St. Peter's, where I knew my mother occasionally visited, to ask the vicar, a polite man named Neil Angus. He told me the same thing as the others, though he did ask after my mother's health. Apparently, she'd had a bit of a fall the week before outside the church, and the vicar had come out to help after hearing her cry out. He turned a bit pale when he said this. I pressed him further, and he told me that although she'd seemed fine when he'd reached her, the scream was like nothing he'd ever heard. I asked the woman, who is not my mother, about her fall near the church. She looked me right in the eyes, smiled, and said it was nothing. She just had a bit of a funny turn. That's it, really. I left immediately and haven't been back. I've never been a believer in the supernatural before, but it seems clear to me that something attacked my mother near St. Peter's Church, killed her, and somehow replaced her completely. The only piece of evidence
This
I can
statement
find
given
is the
smart as hell.
recordings I'd made of her beforehand. The tapes still have her real voice on. I have a few, so you can have one for whatever tests you might want to do. I'm going to go back to my father and play him the others. Maybe it'll jog a memory, or maybe he'll try to have me put away. Either way, I have to try. I used to think I hated my mother. I really did. But now I can't stop listening to those tapes. Now I know they're the only way I'll ever hear her voice again.
Oh, that's so
All of
sad.
them except the tape we recorded on the old myths of the Fae, of changelings. I'm not ready to listen to that one yet. Final comments. Unfortunately for Miss Cooper's attempts to convince her father, it appears George Cooper died of carbon monoxide poisoning from a gas leak 2 days after this statement was recorded, before her next visit. No other bodies were found, and there has been no sign of anyone identifying themselves as Rose Cooper since. Based on the interactions and effects, I suspect this to be the creature that Adelard Decker refers to as the not them in statement 9910.
The not them. Oh,
If the pattern of behavior is consistent with what he establishes, then further follow-up on
That's
this
so
case
cool.
is pointless. The thing has finished with the Cooper family and will not be revisiting them. It rarely seems to stay in the same place or with the same people for long. It's hard to guess at its motives. Personally, I suspect it to be an aspect of the stranger, though that's entirely conjecture at this point. What puzzles me more is why one or two people can always see through it. The sheer power that it must be able to call upon to be able to rewrite so much of reality, seemingly as a reflex, is staggering. So why does it always miss a few witnesses? It is at least reassuring to know that magnetic tape seems to escape being overwritten. So if I get changed, you can be sure that this is my real voice. Based on Decker's statement, it would seem Polaroids are also relatively stable. Beyond that, I find it comforting that this creature appears content to travel freely, sowing random terror. I dread to think the damage it could inflict if it had a purpose. I have destroyed the tape Miss Cooper provided us as a precaution. I have no interest in attracting this thing's attention.
I found this tape while rifling through the boxes Basira provided me. It was labelled Changeling/Imposter, and given Melanie's outburst last week, I thought it a prudent place to start listening. It is, the tapes that went missing after the Prentice attack all had Sasha's voice on them. I hadn't put it together until listening to this. I don't know what this... I know exactly what this means. I don't know what to do about it. I can't tell the others. Even if I could get them to believe me, they'd find out about Gertrude's tapes. I can't risk that. I need to deal with this myself, and that means I need more information on this thing, how it works, how it kills. I need to know how to stop it. I'm going to start by tracking down the statement by this Adelard Decker. I think the statements from the 90s are marginally more organized now. If it's here, if Sasha... I'm going to find out how to kill it.
Oh! Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Fucking finally! Oh! for so many episodes. What episode? For like 30 episodes, I've been like, it's not Sasha! Open your eyes! Ah. We were close the other day when he said, oh yeah, Sasha will help you. And Melanie went, who? Who's the new girl? And for some reason, Jonathan just skipped over that one. That one just phew, straight over his noggin. But we're here now, boys. Oh, feels good, man. Feels fucking good. Oh. Whew. What a rush. I am scared what this means, though, for like, just like what's gonna happen. Oh, because once Nasha realizes that the jig's up, and that like someone is onto her. Oh shit! Oh shit! Well, so I kind of miss Michael's voice. I really like how he speaks. It's almost like, I just can't explain. I just really like it. Honestly, the way that he like speaks is just so perfect for the character. It's amazing. But wow. Wow. Yeah. Whew, okay. Right. Well, we've done that. I should probably stop, but I don't want to. If there is actually a person watching this, because I can see one next to it, don't leave. I come in peace, but I would like you to tell me if you would like me to listen to another episode. If you're actually a person and not just like, I don't know, some technological glitch, I'd appreciate it. I'll wait. Don't be shy. We're all friends here. It is probably a tech glitch, to be honest. Because I refuse to believe that anyone but Lom would watch me consecutively for this long. Like, sure, some people have shown up every now and then, but, you know, nothing more than a quick little trip. God, I'm so tired. I had my essay, and then I had my presentation, and now I've got my exam. Oh, it just never ends. Come on, YouTube. Come on. Hello. I was just asking, are people interested in me watching another episode of the podcast? We just finished episode 77. So if anyone is feeling confident enough. Hi! Oh my God, hello! This is so exciting. Normally no one messages. In fact, there's sometimes there's like a lurker, and it got to a point where I was like, Lom, if you're the one watching, please just comment not the watcher so that I'm not scared. But anyway, would you like to listen to another episode? We're listening to the Magnus archives. I don't know if that's what you're interested in, or if you just happened to come across this, Maria. But yeah, hi, welcome. This is really wow. Sorry, I mainly just do these streams for my friend because I'm a bit of a simp, and they asked very nicely that I give them my live experience of listening to the Magnus archives. And of course, in usual simp behavior, that is exactly what I've done. But I think I'm going to listen to another episode. In honor of the fact that someone actually said something in the chat, which is like, wow, hello. It's yeah. Oh god, there's 3 of you. Oh, that's terrifying. Okay, distant cousin. We're moving on.
At Vertex, we know that
I miss AI guy. Oh, I love TMA, and I have to say, perfect. That means we're watching them then. This is going to be quite. Ooh! This is a whole new experience. Because I'm used to just talking to my friends on Instagram whilst doing these. So, hello and welcome to my channel. This isn't really a channel. This is more just a method of talking to her. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I'm a little nervous now. I'm a little nervous. I've got a little bit of nerves.
Episode 78, Distant Cousin.
I love how dramatic his intros are. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. I hate how loud the intro gets though. It has no right to be as loud as it is.
We didn't.
You're right, John?
Statement of Lawrence Moore.
Oh, fuck!
Reduction.
John, what's happening?
Adding something that was not his cousin.
Oh no! Oh fuck! I don't think he's taking. I don't think he is either, Maria. I think he's not taking the knowledge that Sasha is actually Nasha, aka not Sasha. I don't think he's taken that news particularly well. And I really don't think it's doing a lot of good for his paranoia, which he was basically just about getting a grip on. So, yikes. Oof.
Original statement given June 12th, 2001. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims.
Head archivist for the Magnus Institute, London.
Statement begins.
Even when he's having a hard time, he's got to make sure you know. Head fucking
name was
archivist.
We weren't close. I saw him plenty growing up. His family lived in Peterborough and mine lived in Leicester, so it wasn't too far.
Okay.
We'd go over occasionally, or we'd all be left together at our grandmother's if our parents were doing something together.
Okay.
They never came over to our house, though. At least, I don't remember them doing so.
Interesting.
My memories of childhood are a bit hazy, so I can't be completely sure.
Whose isn't? That's
Putting
what
it down
Sona
on
does.
paper now, though, I realised that given how close we lived, it's odd that we didn't see each other more. I wonder how well our parents really got on. Thinking about it, I suppose they never had much in common. Either way, we got on fine, me and Carl, I think. I was a few years younger than him, and when you're a kid, that makes a lot of difference. I suspect he saw me as a bit of an annoyance, a bit of a tag-along, but I don't remember us ever getting into fights or anything like that.
It's always a
We'd
bit
spent
awkward with
most
your
of the
cousins,
time
isn't it?
exploring my
It's
grandmother's
just
wide
weird.
country garden, or sitting awkwardly together pretending to do something while our parents talked about whatever grown-up topics needed their attention. Since I grew up and moved out, though, I hardly ever saw Carl. A family dinner at Christmas some years, or the occasional big family birthday. But if you totaled up all the hours we'd spent together since I turned 18, I doubt we'd be very far into double digits. If you only count the time we'd actually spent talking to each other, I'm not sure you could even piece together a full hour. It didn't really bother me, and it certainly didn't bother him. I remember shortly after I moved to London, I actually bumped into him shopping in Covent Garden. Turned out he lived about 20 minutes bus ride from me. I half-heartedly suggested we should go for a drink or hang out or something, and he said, yeah, in a flat tone that told me he had absolutely no interest whatsoever in doing so.
I think that's nice though when you
I wonder
both
if I
have a
ever did
mutual
anything as a child
disinterest.
to set him against me, or in that tiny sliver of time we actually interacted as adults. It's weird to think about people who knew you as a child. You change so much, and when you talk to them again, they're not talking to you. They're talking to someone else, someone you used to be. The person they think they're seeing has been dead for years, but they didn't see the change. They're
That's
looking
such
at
a
complete
weird
stranger,
feeling. Oh my god.
and they have no idea.
Oh,
I went to my brother's
that
wedding
feels
recently,
ominous.
and there was something pretending to be my cousin Carl.
Yep.
Adam, my brother, had always gotten along slightly better with him than I had,
Mhm.
being closer in age, and during the ceremony I'd been surprised not to see Carl among the guests.
Oh.
It was only later, at the reception, when I was being introduced to a number of my brother's friends I'd never met before.
Yeah, I know.
I
Like,
happened to
why?
a dark-haired
Like, Jesus, you're
stranger.
you're giving me like real fucking big ass life questions to think about. I don't know what you think this is. I'm always like, you realize this is a state, like, well, this has nothing to do with your statement. Like, I appreciate the drama, but you're meant to just be telling me what happened to you. Why are you asking me what I think about life and death and the morals of cannibalism? I don't. Just tell me what the fuck happened, bro. But I mean, John loves him. The little theatre kid inside of him is like, thank you for making something so poetic and philosophical that I can just put my heart and soul into the retelling of it. So,
And asked
you know,
his name.
everyone wins eventually.
He looked at me for a long, off-putting second as a wide smile crept across his face.
Oh,
I
was
know
it
it's
slightly
been a
too
long time,
wide?
Lawrence, he said. But surely you haven't forgotten your cousin Carl. What are you supposed to say to that? I just sort of stammered and wandered off. I didn't realize exactly what was happening until
That's
I
so
asked my
fucking
brother who
weird.
the stranger was, and he gave me a puzzled look and told me, yes, that was Carl, my cousin. I assumed he must be playing some sort of joke, but the whole thing had really unsettled me, so I asked my father, and he said the same thing. Now, my father is not someone who jokes. He's never been one for humor, and I can count on one hand the number of times I've ever heard him properly laugh. There was no way he would play along in any sort of prank Adam might try to arrange.
That sounds like my
I
dad.
looked over, and the person who claimed to be my...
The first time I ever got my dad to laugh at a joke was when I was drunk on my 18th birthday. And he said, "What do you want to do for Christmas, Rose?" And I, in a drunken haze, went, "Mulled wine." And he passed out laughing. And I realized it's because he just liked that it was funny and it was to do with alcohol. He doesn't particularly get my humor, but I've gotten the occasional joke laugh every now and then since. It's always something to write home about, in my humble opinion, because it's a very rare occurrence.
Cousin was staring at me, smiling wide enough to show off rows of yellow-stained teeth.
Ugh.
I could feel panic beginning to rise in my chest, and I started asking everyone who might know Carl, and all of them told me the same
See,
thing.
this is your issue.
When
Stop
my aunt
asking.
gave me a withering glare
Just
for
go.
asking who her son
Okay.
was, I had to leave. I just walked out of the hall, got
Act
in my
so
car and drove
unfazed at
back
the
to
fact
London.
that they are not the same person,
drink,
and it will
so
piss them off, and it'll
definitely
be
wasn't
funny.
I thought maybe I was having some sort of dissociative episode. That must have been it. I'd been under a lot of stress at work, and my own marriage had recently ended, so perhaps that had affected me more than I thought. Maybe it had done something to my memory.
Quite
I even
possibly.
managed to half convince myself that if I was having a nervous breakdown and all that meant was I misremembered a cousin I never see,
Mhm.
I'd gotten off quite lightly. But I couldn't
Yeah.
let it go. It nagged at me. As I lay awake in my too-empty bed, it twisted in my mind. I wasn't just remembering Carl wrong. I did not know the person who was using his name. It wasn't Carl. It just wasn't. I was signed off work at the time and mostly spent my days just kicking around the house. But about a week after the wedding, it occurred to me that when my grandmother passed away a few years before, my parents had asked me to go through her old photos, see which ones we might like to keep. I'd taken them, but had never actually gotten around to going through them, and they should still be in the loft. Not having anything better to do, and still a little bit off balance after Adam's wedding, I pulled down the ladder and went to fetch them. The attic space was
Hopefully she
warm
was
and
into
dry,
Polaroids.
with that thin film of dust in the air that isn't quite enough to set you coughing, but leaves your mouth feeling dry.
Get a
and
bit
sticky.
unnerved by attics. Last
I
time we
pushed
were
away
in
a
a
few
proper
plastic
attic, there
crates
was
of old
clown
comics until
dolls
I
and
found the brittle cardboard
strange
box that held
calliope.
the pictures. My grandmother had loved her camera, and I remember her shelves were always full of tiny canisters of film.
Oh,
wasn't
that's
until I
so
started
that's
to
so
look through
wholesome.
them
I love that.
that I realized quite how many pictures she'd actually taken. There were hundreds, maybe thousands in there.
Oh,
And
hell
going
yeah.
through them, I watched myself grow from a squash-faced toddler to a chubby little boy and a spotty, scowling teenager.
That's so
And
cute.
alongside me was my brother Adam.
Mm-hmm.
And another child, who I did not recognize, but whose dark hair seemed to match the man I had met at the wedding.
It
By
changed
the
the
end,
film? I thought
my
it
whole
couldn't do
body was
that!
shaking. Not because of all those pictures of a strange child playing in the garden with us, but because of the only two pictures I found of Carl. The Carl I remembered, with light brown hair cut short and an almost piggish nose. The second of those photos looked like it had only been taken moments after a different picture of us playing tag. But that one showed the other child where Carl should have been,
That's
where
so
I knew he
weird.
had been. I stared at those photographs for what must have been an hour or more, completely unable to make any sense of what I was looking at.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, I was roused by a knock on the front door. It wasn't hard or impatient,
Oh, don't be
just a
Carl.
light
Don't be
series
not
of
Carl.
taps,
Don't be not Carl. It's
as
gonna
though whoever
don't be
was on
not
the other
Carl,
side had
please.
no doubt I was in,
Don't be not
and
Carl.
was politely trying to attract my attention.
Don't be not Carl.
I put the pictures back quickly and hurried down to answer it.
It's gonna be not Carl.
Standing on the other side was my new cousin.
Ah!
He smiled that same yellow smile and said that he'd been sad to see me leave Adam's wedding so soon, and that since we lived so close together, it seemed rude not to drop by. I tried to turn to leave to demand to know where Carl was, but my heart was beating so fast.
What's funny is that would be the thing that would piss me off the most. It's like, no, we had such a good mutual disinterest in each other. I don't want to talk to you. That's too much interaction. Fuck. If I honestly, if I had sorry, I gotta 5 and 6 and 7 or more if you like. My friend is asking me about revision. We've got an exam the day after tomorrow, which is so much fun. Also, if you enjoy watching me do this, I don't know why you would, but if you happen to, I do have a playlist of these, so feel free to peruse. You'll also find the occasional animation that I find particularly tickling. But again, this is the entire reason I'm doing any of this is because I have a friend who asked me to, and I'm very bad at saying no to them. So here I am. But anyway, back to what the fuck was happening? Sorry, I have ADHD, and so things go a little bit right. Yeah, if I had a cousin who was like always trying to hang out with me, and then they got replaced by a not cousin who then wanted nothing to do with me, honestly, I'd just pretend that nothing had happened. I'd be like, yep, that's my cousin. Fucking upgrade. Because it's like we now have the beautiful mutual disinterest in talking to each other. Perfect. You don't talk to me, I don't talk to you. We both live our separate lives, and we have strange small talk every time we're forced to go to a family event. Perfect. Ideal cousin relationship.
No doubt I was in, and was politely trying to... He smiled that same yellow smile and said that he'd been sad to see me leave Adam's wedding so soon, and that since we lived so close together, it seemed rude not to drop by. I tried to turn to leave to demand to know where Carl was, but my heart was beating so fast and I was just too scared.
That is the goal.
Me into the house, and I closed the door behind him. What followed was the longest afternoon of my life. I sat in an armchair
Because it was
on the
boring
sofa
or because it was
opposite,
scary?
sitting stiffly in a way that seemed far too still. Neither of us said a word. He just stared at me, smile still wide, and something twinkling in his eyes that might have been amusement or triumph. He showed no desire to make any sort of...
Yeah, I was just scrolling through on YouTube, stumbled across your streams, and stayed because your reactions were spot on to what I was thinking when I was listening the first time. Oh, well, thank you. I mean, this is my first... I came into this knowing nothing. In fact, I still remember what I knew coming into it, which was something to do with eyes And anything that I managed to gather from a TMA themed My Hero Academia fan fiction that was unfinished that I happened to read. So I knew the idea of like fears don't like technology, and there's an eye one that watches people, and there's the stranger, and that was it. That was all I knew. So this has been a learning journey. This is my first experience with this. I fucking love it. Oh, I will show you. This is the pet project that is now accompanying these streams. I bought this book because look how fucking cool it is. It's leather, proper leather. Smells really good, and I've been doing it to make like a almost like a Gravity Falls journal of the Magnus archives. So this is what I got so far. Obviously, I'm gonna fill it in better, but because I only got this like partially recently, and so I kind of want to go back to the earlier episodes to like fill in older stuff. Got Martin. Here he is, my baby boy. I love him so much. Yeah, I know, right? It's so cool. I love this. This is the best purchase I've ever made. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy a blacklight pen. Thank you. It's partially inspired by existing fan fiction, but I did draw it myself. I'm going to get a blacklight pen and like do like scribbles and stuff that are like hidden from, but then when you put a black light over it. So for example, on the picture that I'm going to draw of Sasha, I'm then going to like scribble all over her face and be like, this is not Sasha. That's not Sasha. That's not Sasha. But it's all going to be in black light pen. So you won't be able to see it without black light, which I think will be so cool. This is one of the first proper pages that I have on it, which is, I just love it so much. And what I'm going to try and do is for each of the seasons, I'm going to try and use a different colored pen to be like, oh, this is when we learned this. So for example, what's inside the coffin, I've then in pen put case number 016012 because that's the one where we meet Daisy. And she tells us about when they put the coffin down and her partner just casually strolls on in because, you know, buried things. And I'm just very excited, and it's like a little pet project with me and Lom, and but I thought you'd enjoy it. So but for now, whenever something comes up, I have the miniature version, which is just like scribbles of like repeated names and shit like that, and also some really bad puns at the start. So yeah. God, it's so weird. It's weird having to say all this again. Hi. Anyway, sorry. I'm just strangely excited. This is quite exciting. Like, I don't expect you to stick around all the time because obviously you got your own life. And honestly, this has just been a fun experience. But yeah. Wow. I hope you enjoy your time here.
Conversation, and I was too terrified.
Anyway, back to the horrors.
I just kept thinking, what had this man done to Carl? And could he do it to me?
Probably.
I tried to look at him, to really look. But the more I attempted to focus on him properly, the more my eyes seemed to slide off him.
I just like making things like that. I just think they're really
when you're
cool.
looking at a different part of the picture. At one point, it almost seemed like his neck was too long. But when I looked again, it was normal. The only two things I knew for sure was that I had never been as scared as I was just then, and that I did not know this man.
The desired effect,
When
honestly.
evening finally came, he stood up. He nodded at me and told me how much he had enjoyed his visit. We must do this
probably.
again,
He was
he said.
probably enjoyed it because you were fucking
And
terrified
soon.
the whole time.
Then he left. I stayed sat in that chair, and I cried.
Jesus.
It was full dark when I was broken out of my despair by another knock at the door. This one was harsh and jarring, and I could hear the door frame rattle slightly at the impact.
Ooh.
Standing there was another man
like
I'd never
that.
seen before.
Oh.
He was black, dressed in a crisp white shirt with the sleeves rolled up in a thin necktie. For a moment, I had the idea he might be a Jehovah's Witness.
Very aggressive
His face
Jehovah's
dispelled that
Witness.
idea immediately. It was hard and stern, set in a look of determination, and his short hair was iron grey. He was very thin, with aging skin stretched tight over wiry, corded muscle.
Ooh,
And though he was slightly shorter than I was,
what a visceral
it seemed like he
description.
towered over me. He asked if I knew the man who had left my house earlier that evening. I laughed at that, a harsh laugh that surprised even me. I said I did not know him, no matter how many pictures might tell me I did. At this, the old man's eyes lit up with excitement, and I took an involuntary step back. If he noticed, he didn't show it,
What?
walking past me into the house and ordering me to get any photos that happened.
What is it with people just walking into the Stunny's house? He opens the door, it's free real estate. Like, fucking hell. They're just letting themselves in. Doppelgangers, strange men who could be potentially very aggressive Jehovah's Witnesses. They're just strolling in. This poor bastard has had his life flipped upside down, has just come out of a crying session in stasis mode. And this man has just shown up and gone, haha, excellent. You don't know that man? Brilliant. Show me photos. Jesus Christ.
I don't know if it was the certainty in his voice or my own feeling of helplessness, but it didn't even occur to me not to do what he said. I returned from the loft with the box of photographs to find him sat on the sofa, exactly where my imposter cousin had sat not 2 hours before. I finally got up the courage to ask him who he was. He told me his name was Adelard Decker, and that he was an exorcist of sorts, though he smiled when he said that last part. I asked,
Now, I know why the name sounds familiar, and it's actually just because I happen to watch Lucifer and, Detective Decker. But that feels like an important name, so it's going in the book. Lom isn't here to tell me if it is or not, and you're not under any obligation to tell me. But the name's going in the book. It doesn't matter if it doesn't end up being important. It's fine. There's my repeated names. There we go. It is wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. It's always good to know. Adelard Decker. Then, next 78. Good to know. Carrying on.
if he thought my cousin was somehow possessed, but he was already looking through the box and ignored me. He pulled out the same 2 photographs I had found, the ones that hadn't changed.
Mm-hmm.
And again his mouth twisted into a wry smile.
That's not the
He
reaction
told me
that
to
we
follow
wanted
him,
to be
and I
having.
did. We walked over to an unmarked blue transit van parked on the other side of the road.
Oh, so
He
we've left
opened
the house.
back doors.
Okay.
Inside was a
Suddenly.
large wooden box with a hinged lid.
Oh,
The
God.
man who called himself Adelard Decker climbed in and picked up the back of it, commanding me to take the other end.
Oh, thank God. I thought
I
it was
did.
the fucking
And together
coffin.
we carried it into my house.
Oh, I can't deal with that coffin
It was
again.
heavy and barely fit through the front door, but any objections I might have had were silenced by one look from Decker. We placed it down in the middle of the living room, and I instinctively went to lift up the lid. I got a brief glimpse of dark, varnished wood before he slammed it down, almost trapping my hand, and shook his head once. "It's not for you," he said.
Okay.
Then he instructed me to go to my bedroom and not to leave until he told me it was safe. I did protest at that, and I asked him how locking myself upstairs would help save Carl. There was no sympathy in his voice when he told me my cousin was dead, that nothing would bring him back, and that my best chance to not join him was to stay in the bedroom until everything was over.
Jesus, okay,
He did not
fucking
seem
hell.
inclined to tell me what he meant by everything.
Man's not fucking around.
So I did what he said. I suppose I could have called the police, but this strange old man spoke with such certainty that I felt like following his instructions was the only hope I had.
Plus, he's the only person who agrees
I
with
lay in
you
my
that
bed,
Carl has changed,
and I
so...
tried to sleep. I did, though not well. The image of this new Carl kept intruding in my dreams and jolting me awake. The sun came up, and there was no word from Decker, so I stayed there, waiting for something to happen, though I had no idea what. I lay in bed all morning and then into the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, at about 3 o'clock, I heard the soft knock at the door.
Ooh.
It was the exact same knock at the exact same time, and I felt my body seize up with fear. There was the sound of the door opening, but nothing else. I just lay there, straining my ears to hear any sound.
Oh no!
The air grew close
Oh
and heavy,
no!
like a thunderstorm about to break.
Oh
But
god!
still, I heard nothing. 10 minutes passed,
Oh fuck!
then an hour.
Oh fuck!
And then the air was split by the most unnatural scream I have ever heard.
Oh, don't
I
let.
cannot even begin to describe it except to say that there was nothing in it but the purest rage.
Oh, sweet Jesus!
Panic surged through me. I had to get out of that house. I threw open the bedroom door and charged down the stairs towards the front, and as I did so, I passed by the living room, and I instinctively turned my head to see inside.
Mm-hmm.
Adelard Decker stood in the corner. He was straight and motionless, his lips moving rapidly, though no sound came out of them. In the center of the room, next to the empty box, stood a table carved from dark wood and wrapped all over with a sprawling, intricate pattern.
Oh, we know what
And in
table
front
that
of
is now, don't
table
we?
was the thing that had said it was my cousin. It was long and thin. The tops of it bent against the ceiling, and its stick-like limbs flailed into
sweet
bent
Jesus.
joints and elbows.
Oh god, not the elbows!
Strands of what I think was spider's web, stretching
Ooh.
back into the table, which I now saw pulsed along its carved channels with a sickly light.
Huh.
The face at the top of that gangly frame was like nothing on earth. That was all I saw, because the second after I had taken it in, I was out of the door and down the street, running as fast as I could away from that house.
Mm-hmm.
I kept running until I collapsed, and lay there on the street until a passerby asked if I needed help. I didn't return.
You're right,
to the house
mate.
until the next morning. Decker's blue van was gone, and in its place was another one, dirty white. There was something printed on the side, but I couldn't make it out under the grime. I watched two men in overalls carry that same box out of my
Yeah.
house, load it
I
up,
saw a white van, yeah.
and drive away.
Yep.
That was
Beacon
about
and
2
hope.
months ago, and it was the last time I saw them, the table, Adelard Decker, or the thing that wasn't my cousin.
Damn.
My aunt and uncle have reported Carl missing.
Whew.
The police did come round and asked me if I knew anything, but I told them nothing. I just said we weren't very close. Statement ends.
Jesus Christ.
I found this in the folder marked 9910602, where Gertrude's tape had indicated I would find the statement of Decker himself.
Ooh.
There was nothing else in there, but I think it tells me what I need to know. This thing, this... not Sasha. It's tied to the table.
I'm so glad you figured it
I
out.
found the tapes.
I thought it was pronounced karaoke.
They were in her desk. Well hidden, but if I'd been a bit more thorough,
It's just a scratch, John. I'll be fine. Can we begin?
There's my girl. Oh, I've missed you, baby.
Hello? I see you. Show yourself.
Sasha! I miss you so much! Oh, I hate that so much. I'm so glad you understand, Maria. Fuck. I wanted this to happen. I wanted John to know, but I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for him to frantically be listening to every single time we've heard Sasha. Oh, fuck. Sasha! Oh, no.
I see you.
Ah,
and now I see you.
yeah, you do. Yeah, you do, boy. Yes.
Wanted to see us?
You okay?
No. No, he's not, but it's exciting.
Something, I think. Listen, you should take the rest of the day off tomorrow as well.
Are you sure you
Don't want to infect anyone else. Best you stay home.
Wouldn't it make more sense if you went home then?
Are you feverish? We should probably get you to a doctor. Look, there's a walk-in centre
No.
nearby. I can.
No. I have things I still need to take care of here.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, I know you've both been under a lot of pressure lately. I think we could all do with a bit of a break.
Well, yeah.
I know. A lot of it's been because of me. Most of it. I'm sorry. Tim, I know things have been fraught.
Guess that's a word for it.
Yes. Well, I think
Jesus.
some time off could only help.
Because you're ill.
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry about everything.
Aww, character growth.
Look, John, look. Okay, right you are, John. We'll be going. Wait, what? Come on, Martin. We could do with a break. Do you need us to tell Sasha?
Oh, no, I'll be seeing her later.
See you Monday.
Yes, see you then.
Oh my god. Tim is so done with John's bullshit. He's like, I don't care if you're growing as a person. Fuck you and the neck you rode in on, mate. You are ruining my day just by being here. So you want me to take a break? Fucking fine. I will be out of here right now. Come on, Martin. We're going on a boys' trip. Good Lord. I do like that John actually apologized, though, because it kind of pissed me off that he never actually apologized. He was just kind of like, well, not good. Yeah, exactly. Like, I am still glad that John actually apologized, because it always kind of bugged me. I was like, John, I understand that you were in the woes of delirium, and I get it from being a psychology student, doing a master's. I get it. You should still bloody apologize, you fucking weirdo, okay? Just say you're bloody sorry. Just say you're sorry and move on. But I do also think, yeah, Tim definitely has a point. But I wish they'd all just sit down and talk. Martin had the right idea when he was like, can we all just like stop and talk? And then John cut him off. And I was like, John, you don't do that in this household, you ass. Leave my good, precious boy alone. Anyway. That was funny. Love that from him.
Either of you hear this, I'm sorry. You deserve the truth. I wish I'm not losing anyone else.
Damn. I thought he did it out of like protection for them.
Easy to buy an axe in Central London.
It's remarkably easy to buy an axe in Central London. Is it, John? That's good to know. Why do you need an axe, John? Jesus Christ. That's the creepiest line he could have said, and he whispered it. Why would you do that? Oh.
It is remarkably easy to buy an axe in Central London.
Okay.
Harder to sneak into artifact storage, but not impossible. I don't know if destroying this is going to kill that thing, but I am damn sure it's going to hurt.
Oh, you go on, give it your full strength, John. Nice. I swear the show just knows when to be incredibly exactly. It's like the time when he was like, Elias, can I please have a key to the tunnels? And then Elias was like, fine, but no more subterranean adventures. And he went, of course, yes, fine. In the very next supplemental, I'm in the tunnels and I got lost. All the time he went supplemental. I broke into Gertrude's house. I was like, you did fucking what? You psycho. He was like, I think I got away with it. I think at one point as well, he was like, I heard sirens, but I think I got away with it. Every time I hear a supplemental, it makes me, those pictures of Tim's house. He's like, very confidential work. Oh God. Or when he brought Martin in because he was like, Martin's been lying to me. And he was like, but he wasn't dead. There was another bit to his, and Martin went, oh, sorry. And he went, sorry? That's all you have to say. It was like, yeah, you're taking it like it was a personal attack. It's like, yeah, he kind of is, isn't he? Fucking hell. But then again, he does see it as a personal attack. And then he was like, I lied on my resume. And John was like, oh. So unprepared. Oh, God. Right. Let's hear my boy John break that beautiful table again. Because he put his whole back into it. And it still took multiple tries. He has a freshly made sharp axe. And somehow it took him multiple tries, which is, I think, truly the biggest sign that we're dealing with a twink here. I'm not ready for this again. Oh, God, what's about to happen? Wait, don't tell me. Oh, God. Is that laughing?
Hollow. Just cobwebs and dust. That was very stupid.
Michael!
There's no other way out of this room, you know. You don't have time to escape before they get here.
Oh, God!
No, the table was finding it quite effectively. Even with all the protections you have here, I doubt you can survive them now.
Oh, fuck!
You need a door.
I need
Shit!
Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Oh, fucking fuck!
No, the table was finding it quite effectively. Even with all the protections you have here, I doubt you can survive them now.
Oh, I don't like that.
You need a door.
Oh, God, the voice.
Shit!
Oh, fucking hell! You can't just end it like that!
The Magnus Archive.
Shut up, Martin! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! I just realized my window's open. People are going to think I'm getting murdered. I'm not getting murdered. I'm just watching TMA. Oh, my God. Fucking hell. Woo! Woo! Fucking... Ah! First of all, Michael, but also Michael, and also does the whole ritual to bind them to the table. So what you're saying is I need to smash the table, right? I mean, it kind of feels, I get where he was coming from logically, because it didn't occur to me that the table was like binding them. I thought that they were like coming out of the table somehow. I don't know. That's just kind of what I thought. But oh fuck, you done fucked up, John. Oh, sweet Jesus Christ. Oh God. Oh. So now oh fuck. So now he has to either deal with the stranger that is Nasha, or go with Mr. My laugh makes people bleed from orifices, Michael. Sweet mother of Mary. Hell's fucking bells, man. Ah. Oh, God. I'm sweating. I'm so stressed. Oh, my God, there's only 2 episodes. How has this happened? I swear there was like 5 episodes left. How long have I been here? Well, you know what? Fuck it, we're finishing the whole fucking thing. Hide and seek, let's go.
When it comes to gold.
Oh, I miss my AI guy. God, you are not ready for the. I don't. Yeah, you're probably right, Maria. Yeah, let's fucking go. I'm glad we're of the same. Great minds think alike, Maria.
Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Before we do, I'm going to quickly run, grab a Diet Coke. I'll be right back. Just give me a minute, because I've run out and I'm very thirsty. Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay. I don't know if I'm ready for this. Fuck. I said I wanted the story to get into the beef of it, and now I'm in the beef. I'm like, I want to be vegetarian. Sweet Jesus. I do think it's really sweet that he made both of them leave because he was like, he didn't want them to get hurt. I think that's very sweet. I think that's truly the most character development I've ever seen out of Jonathan Sims, Mr. I'm going to tell this grieving woman that it's probably all in her head because I'm scared.
Episode 79. Hide and seek.
Could you have said that any creepier, John? Yeah, he genuinely cares for his students despite his whole... Yeah, exactly. He's like, I don't trust you, but I also don't want you to die because I'm a decent human, so please go home and I won't tell you. Oh, God. Oh, fuck.
Streets by Martin K. Blackwood.
Is this poetry?
Streets are hard in London, paved in old secrets.
Ooh.
The hot smell after the rains. The threads of people walking, living, loving. You're sure about this? He did tell us to go home.
Yeah, and then he said, sorry for everything. Something's up.
You don't think he's going to, you know...
I don't know, but he's going to do something and it's going to be bad. I don't mean like sneaking a cigarette bad, like properly bad.
So we need to help him.
We need to stop him.
And we needed my tape recorder
Because something tells me we're going to need evidence by the end of today. I don't want to wind up in court without something to back me up.
Court?
Yeah, tribunal if we're lucky, inquest if we're not.
You did use a new tape, didn't you? Was it blank or... Tim?
It was blank.
By the way, hang on. By the way, if you want to hear actual full poetry on Martin, there's Martin's poetry. Oh, that's so cool! Do you know what? I might check that out. But I think that was really that is so iconic because that's a genuine thing that always happened with like tape recorders. You'd accidentally tape over shit, and then it would just be like suddenly you're like it like switches over so rapidly, and you're like, hello. It's really disconcerting. But I like the fact that they were like, yeah, no, they accidentally. It brings back the whole. Yeah, it has a what did he call it? A lo-fi charm.
John?
And he's gone. Thought so.
Go to storage.
I don't know, Martin. I think he's going fully off the deep end is what I think. He hasn't already.
Look, I know you don't like him.
You got that, did you?
But I'm not going to help you get him fired.
Martin, what do you think is happening here? This isn't office politics. It's not like he's had one too many at the Christmas party and started ranting about the Greeks. Whatever is happening here, it's literally supernatural.
Yep.
Really? Isn't that a little, you know?
No, it isn't a little, you know. In this place, and it's messing up our heads. It watches us all the time. It stops me quitting. I'm pretty sure it would stop Elias firing John, even if he decided to actually try running this place for once.
You sure you don't just want to stay?
I'm sure.
But like deep down,
No.
Oh, Martin. The girls are fighting!
What, haunted?
I used to, but now I think it's worse.
Worse how?
Oh, what the hell was that?
Oh god! What the fuck was that?
Yeah, look, it kind of looked.
Oh, don't say
It
it.
did though, didn't it?
No, that wasn't Sasha.
No, it wasn't. Oh, you don't think?
He took
Fuck.
party and started ranting about if he decided to actually try.
So you really think the Institute is, what, haunted?
I used to, but now I think it's worse.
Worse how?
Oh, what the hell was that?
Oh god, that voice is so good.
What the hell was that?
That voice is
Yeah,
so.
look, it kind of looked.
Oh, don't say
It
it.
did though, didn't it?
No, that
It did though, didn't it? I like the fact that their reactions are not like unrealistic. It's like it kind of like, oh, don't fucking say it. But it kind of does, doesn't it? It kind of like that. Fuck. That voice. Oh my god, that was so good. That's actually scared the shit out of me. I don't normally actually get scared by these episodes. I like the like the thriller of it, but that actually was like, oh shit.
wasn't Sasha.
No, it wasn't. You don't think?
He told her to go home like us.
Yeah,
And she did.
yeah. He went into the tunnels.
No. Not happening.
We can't just leave him.
Yeah, we can.
Where are we going?
Martin. I'm not coming down there with you.
My big brave boy Martin. Dumb bitch.
Fine.
I took Michael's door. It was that her face. The thing was pretending to be Sasha. It opened into the tunnels. Not exactly the escape I was hoping for. I'm hardly surprised it's been.
Sorry, the echo is so bad. I'm gonna have to open the transcript just so I can know what's going on. I took Michael's door.
I took Michael's door. It was that her face. The thing was pretending.
It was that or face. Okay, sorry.
It opened into the tunnels. Not exactly the escape I was hoping for. I'm hardly surprised.
Wait!
It's like the end of the joke.
Wait, the thing went into the oh no.
It is a head start, I suppose. I have no idea where in the tunnels I am. Or how far down. At least it didn't leave me trapped in some corridor hell maze. A different corridor hell maze, at least.
I don't like that sound.
I just wait. Now. I don't think it's going to just give up. And I can't risk attracting its attention. It might already be down here with me.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Stay quiet. Stay here.
Yep.
God, I'm an idiot. Smash the table, kill the monster. Stupid. Lazy, sloppy, assumption across the table.
Name a better duo than John and why is the heart in the way? That's so annoying. Hang on. And going into the fucking tunnels again. Yeah. He keeps being like, I'm not going to go back in the tunnels. And then the next supplement, I'm in the tunnels. Man can't get enough of his tunnels. He might hate them, but he doesn't really. Deep down, he really likes them.
The table is webs and spiders are something else. They don't help each other, they impose, they weaken. Everyone's caught in the web. And all the pieces were there, and I couldn't see it.
Oh, John, it's okay. If it makes you feel better, I didn't see it either.
I don't know how much tape I have left.
Nope.
I'm going to stop recording.
do you think it was the Sasha thing?
Well, shut up about that. It wasn't anything like that.
No, but I mean, like, if you really stretch it,
We're never going to find him down here.
so go get some help.
Elias is probably still in his office.
I thought you said he was a waste of the suit. If you want to go, I understand.
I'm not just going to leave you down here.
You were all about quitting.
For God's sake, this isn't about you.
Never is.
All right, fine. Fine. What do you want? What's your light at the end of these spooky damn tunnels? And don't say everyone happy forever, because that's not happening. Well,
I don't know. I want to find out what's going on. I want to save John. I want everyone to be fine. And you know what? If we were all happy, that would actually be the end of the world. Fine. No, it's not. Fine. If we know no one.
Oh, you made him angry. You angered my boy. I don't think I've ever heard Martin speak anything higher than a John, maybe you're being mean. And now he's like, oh, you want to go there, bitch? You want to go there? You want to test me? I am one trigger away from stealing kneecaps. Martin, I didn't know you had this much rage in you. Damn. Yeah. The girls are fighting. And Martin is out for blood.
How low you feel, because John's not taking your feelings into account. He's having his breakdown, but you're just doing the same thing. We've been going through this thing, but you're the only one who's been running away.
okay. Look, let's keep going. There's nobody here.
Yes, there is.
Oh, God.
Stay back.
No. Who are you?
No.
Did the archivist not say?
Stay back. No. Michael don't give a fuck.
Good. Surprises are better.
What are you doing down here?
Probably watching the archivist die. Maybe not. Either way, it's amusing. I think it's called a sport.
What?
I think I might also kill you. It would be easier than killing the archivist. None of you were protected down here.
Oh, God.
You are going to try and help him. And I want to see what happens without you there.
Martin?
No, okay, because there's two of us, there's one of you, okay? He's not killing anyone.
Martin, look at his hands.
Oh, God. Oh, God, those sounds.
Where the hell are we?
Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, my God.
I have no idea where I am. There were stairs. I kept going lower. No arrows pointing down. It was just good. I don't know. I found a weapon of sorts. I don't know if it'll help. It's not good. I don't want to do the pipe. I just can't do it. But it does make me feel a bit better, so. That's something. I keep thinking I might have gone away, but I think it can sense me. At least
Not the point.
I don't know for how long. I can't get it. I have the tape. He'd erased Sasha just like that. Deleted her from the world. I just hope this tape works the same. That my voice remains intact, even if I'm gone, even if it wears a face that people think is mine, pulls me apart, becomes me. Listen, it's not me. Whoever hears this, it is not me. I don't even remember what she looks like.
Oh, that's so sad.
Now that I've seen it twisted, I still don't remember her. The only face I can picture is
Oh, no.
Hey, John. It's Sasha. Reliable Sasha. Nothing to be afraid of.
Very afraid.
You seem stressed,
Keep quiet, John. You're doing great. Fuck.
Where the hell are we? I don't know. I thought the door led further down.
I don't think we're under the Institute anymore.
Oh my god, the distortion! Oh god, I hate it!
Makes my head feel weird.
Well, which way do you think? Right. Let's go right. I don't think this thing's working properly. It keeps making this weird noise.
Oh.
Glad we got a chance to run, John. It makes it so much more satisfying.
No.
You have any idea how long I watched you and your little acolytes? I hated it. Let me tell you a story. You like stories?
Jesus
You can
Christ.
even call it a statement if you want.
Run! Run, Twink, run!
Monster. No one realized. Sometimes someone did, and then they were scared. So that was good. But one day a nasty man came along. A nasty man who tricked the monster and wrapped all the webs and tied it to a table. So the monster got its friends to carry the table all around, and it still got to take faces and scare people. Then one day, it was sent to the house of its enemy, which had the biggest eyes you ever did see.
Eyes?
So it was sent there to steal all its secrets, but it was sad. It couldn't scare anyone anymore. Then finally, after what seemed like forever, a stupid, arrogant little man cut the webs and set the monster free. Free to kill and scare whoever it wanted. So thank you. I did leave more clues I could, but I never had hoped you would actually release me.
Oh. I don't like it when they
I
laugh.
must confess, though, I always enjoyed watching you scurry around, desperately missing the point. At least I knew I was looking for. You really aren't even a shadow of your predecessor. You're nothing. Even I can make a better activist than you. Maybe I will. You must be unknowing, of course, but you won't understand it anyway.
I'm sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, God. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god, oh god, no, John! Ah! No, stop it! Ah! Something happened. I'm sorry. Fuck, okay. You must be all knowing, of course. What the fuck? I don't get that, but the
I'm sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, God. I'm so sorry.
I wonder if I'm wrong, will I really become the magnus? Will I puke? Probably not. But it's just for you, I think. Yes, I think that would be best.
Please forgive me. It is to die. It is hard. Why does this happen to you?
damn right he does. Who? What? Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, God, I couldn't hardly understand anything that was going on. Lom doesn't like it when I do this, but for the sake of me actually hearing the absolutely... You want to try guessing who that... Ooh, okay. Ooh. Ooh. Huh. Well, it's not Elias, we know that. Obviously a man, it's obviously going to be someone important. So let's what's the word? I can't. The book. Okay. Joseph Rayner is not him. Definitely not. It's not going to be Mikhail Salesa. Doesn't matter about him. Lightning Boy, no. Fairchild, no. Lucas, no. Lightner? Is it going to be Lightner? Has he been hiding in the archives? Oh, what a naughty boy! Or is it Jared? Is it Jared? Oh shit! This is gonna be fun! Oh my god! For legal reasons, I cannot say. That's okay. Oh fuck! I'm gonna quickly mag because I want to know what they were saying at the very end. I want to know, you know. I want to know because it feels. I like the drama. I want to hear him in pain. Who doesn't like a little bit of pain, you know? But I haven't even do that. No, fine. It's working. It keeps making a weird noise. I'm glad we had a chance to run, John. It makes it so much more satisfying. Do you have any idea how long I watched you and your little acolytes? I hated it. Let me tell you a story. You like stories? We can even call it a statement if you want. Maybe the transcripts reveal it. I don't know. I won't. I'm only going to go down to like the end of Not Sasha, if that makes sense. I just want to, because she got so distorted I couldn't understand her anymore. I have auditory processing disorder, so when there's background sound, I mean it's revealed in the next episode either way. So I will try and avoid spoiling it for myself, but I have auditory processing disorder, so I started to just lose everything she was saying because it was echoey. She was glitchy. John was praying to a god. I think, I don't know. And that's confused. Will, I'm sorry, Martin, Tim, Sasha. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have. I didn't. I'm sorry, God. I'm so sorry. I wonder if I wear you, if I will really become the archivist. Rob the eye of its pupil. Probably not. Better to just kill you, I think. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Please forgive me if you're still alive. If you still hear this, get far away from the Magnus Institute. And then I think that's found you. No, please. Sorry, John, but this is, and then the sound of stone and bricks suddenly shifting. A scream from the Not Sasha. See, that's what I missed. All of this at the end, completely did not hear a single bit of it. Yeah, okay. So that's all I missed, and I haven't spoiled it for myself. Good job, me. Love it when I don't accidentally spoil myself. Do you know the worst spoil I ever got was because of the most stupid thing? Okay, because it was right near the beginning, and I just wanted to put down everyone that was in the Magnus Institute, right? I wanted to put their full names. So I had Jonathan Sims, I had Martin Blackwood, I had Sasha James, but I didn't have Elias or Tim's last name. So I was like, okay, Tim, Magnus Institute, right? Tim Stoker, brilliant. Did the same thing for Elias. All I wanted was the motherfucker's name. Instead, I got what I can only describe as an auto-fucking-biography, and I was very angry about it, but I refused to say it, because if I don't say it, then I don't know it, and it's not true. I also play this fun little game where I just pretend everything is a really good headcanon so that I can actually read fan fiction and not spoil myself. I'm like, oh, that's such a cool concept. I wonder if they'll integrate anything like that in the real thing. I just joined him. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Woo! Slap my ass and call me a whore. That was thrilling. Jesus fucking Christ. Hide and seek, you're damn right. I just, whew. Can't believe there's only one episode left of season 2. Obviously, I'm aware that there are 3 more seasons, but oof. Magnus 80, the librarian. Oh my god! I'm so very excited. Okay.
I changed to an.
I really miss the AI guy. I know I say it every single time, but I really miss it. God, this episode. I do see this episode tagged quite frequently in fan fiction, so it's on my exclude list, which is really very long because I am obsessed with content. AI guy, come back, queen. Yeah, exactly. AI is probably the most important technological. I'm like, please come back. I miss you. You're so funny. You're such a vibe for this horror podcast. What's the word I was looking for? Yeah, I am kind of obsessed with just like absorbing content to do with TMA via photosynthesis. And so in order to not spoil myself, I've obviously got a lot of tag exclusions for fan fiction. The list is so astronomically long and none of it makes sense to me. One of the tags, and it's always like, if I see the tag like more than once, I'll be like, okay, that's probably like an important thing. So so I've got things like, I think one of them was, a lot of them are things like post episode 200, all of that. Obviously those get cut, but one of them was like, location somewhere else. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? I was like, it's not for me to know yet. So off you go. Push that guy over there. Oh, God. Okay. I'm scared. I'm scared. Why are you saying, oh my God? Also, if you spoil this for me, Maria, if you spoil anything beyond, I'm going to be very upset because I've tried very hard and Long will get mad at you. I don't know what somewhere else is either. And oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's no good. Well, it's probably a very good thing that I excluded it then, because if you don't know what it is and I don't know what it is, then I think it's best we stay in the unknown. You know, I feel like that's probably for the best, you know, psychologically speaking. Anyway, episode 80, The Librarian.
Episode 80, The Librarian.
Thank you. I just fucking said that, John. Jesus. Way to undermine me. Time for the incredibly loud intro. I hate the intro so much. Yeah.
Please, I don't know how much time we have.
So you said.
Is that necessary? You think I pose a danger to you?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Then take it with you, but I can't afford to just sit here.
So talk fast.
Could we at least have this conversation in the tunnels?
I'm not going back down there. That thing, is it dead?
Unlikely. Whether something like that can actually be destroyed.
I hate spoilers. If I ever do spoil anything, just know that it isn't me, and you should probably get hold of certain people.
The real one.
Or is that her name? I'm afraid she's gone. Whatever it does to those it takes, they don't come back. She's dead.
Oh, no! No!
Do you need a moment?
No, I'm.
That's quite nice of Mystery Man.
You're not what I expected.
I suppose not. My family emigrated when I was very young. English was always my first language.
I still don't know who you
I
are.
used to adopt an accent sometimes when meeting people. A
Fun
sort of
fact.
person.
Yeah. Lom told me that.
Told my
And
religion is-
And Lom also told, maybe you'll meet Lom one day. Who knows? If you ever show up again when they're around. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is, Gertrude is voiced by his mum. And I was like, do you know what would be so funny if canonically Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute London, was the child of Gertrude and Jürgen Leitner? Imagine the family dinners. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, how fucking funny would that shit be? Just be like, what did you do in school today? Like when they're obviously divorced because Gertrude's like, you're fucking weird and your bloody books are half the reason my job's so fucking hard, you asshole. But like they still try to have family dinners to like socially acclimate him, and it doesn't work obviously because Jonathan turned out the way he did, and it did not help. But they still have these really awkward family dinners with Gertrude Robinson and Jürgen Leitner. So that's my crack headcanon. It's that Jonathan Sims' parents. That half the people I know. It's like it's like if you know the guy, if you know Jonathan Sims, you're going to be cast. It's ridiculous. It's almost like signing your soul away, But I do like the implications for canon. I think it makes everything just a little bit more snazzy. But I quite like this guy's voice. It's very soothing. I would listen to a podcast or an audiobook with this guy's voice, honestly. I think it's a very soothing voice.
Terrible. Now, are you going to help me or not?
You first. You want my help? You answer my questions. Agreed?
Agreed.
Good. Statement of Jürgen Leitner. February 16th, 2017. Statement begins.
Oh, we didn't get Jonathan Sims' head.
Like her, I suppose that's no surprise. Anyway, your questions?
Right. Let's start with what you did down there, how you tracked it.
An unexpurgated copy of Ruskin's The Seven Lamps of Architecture, published in 1845.
Nice.
Of course, Ruskin didn't even begin writing the book until 1846, and the text of this one varies markedly from the version that was distributed. It gives an acute sense of the walls pressing in around you, and if consumed recklessly, will physically entomb the reader. Over the years, I have found that it interacts with Smirk's architecture, and those tunnels specifically, in a more predictable way. By carefully reading specific passages in certain locations, I am able to exercise a degree of control over the substance of the tunnels.
I didn't hear you say anything down there.
I said reading. It doesn't need to be spoken aloud.
Right. So
I kind of wish you did, though. You've got a lovely voice.
I can. Though even setting aside the obvious dangers, it's a time-consuming and imprecise process. That said, I will admit that when he began to explore again, I closed off certain passages and remade others. I wanted to keep you contained while deciding whether to make contact.
You moved the tunnels for me.
The upper levels, yes. Made them more rational, actually. It didn't strike you as odd that you were able to map them.
I bet Jürgen was thriving during quiet reading time at school. Yeah. This man lived for the reading corner.
Giving me hints. And the arrow.
No. I thought I was being very careful cleaning up after myself, but you have keener eyes than I gave you credit for. I should have expected that, I suppose. The arrow, however, was not mine. Not Sasha, had come down several times. I suspect it was almost as curious about me as you were. Perhaps it thought you might have better luck flushing me out. I suppose, in a way, it was right. In retrospect, using the 7 lamps so much was perhaps unwise. It is possible I unbalanced Smirk's architecture somewhat. However cautious I might have tried to be.
And the other book?
Hardly a book. Barely 12 pages. It is entitled A Disappearance. If read cover to cover, it removes one from the world. I can't say precisely what that means, only that the assistant I assigned to it, Jacob Feng, was never seen again. I have found, however, that reading only 1 or 2 words is sufficient to hide me from the prying eyes of your master. It allowed me to talk with Gertrude in relative safety, and occasionally come above ground for my own ends.
My master? We'll get to that. How long?
What do you mean we'll get to that? I'm sorry. Are you not a little bit more curious? My master. I'm sorry, but if some rando Donny who had been living in the fucking tunnels like some basement dweller said, it keeps me hidden from the eyes of your master, I'd say pause. Explain yourself, bitch. I'd be like, right, we'll get back to my questions. Explain what the fuck that's about. Don't think we're brushing over that shit. You aren't pulling a fast one on me today. Oh, but Jonathan is clearly filled with many bad decisions, hence why we're in this shitting mess in the first place.
Hard to say. I've been in hiding for over 20 years now, ever since my library was destroyed. Obviously, I have not spent all that time below your institute. The old Millbank prison tunnels stretch out a very long way, and there are other entrances than the one below the archives. I have a small number of secure locations, though since Gertrude's death I have been reluctant to leave the tunnels. I dislike spending too much time in the open. I am always being hunted, both by creatures like the ones you have encountered and by certain human individuals who believe I'm to blame for the books that destroyed their loved ones. 3 years ago, I made the mistake of spending a full night outside my safe houses. I was almost beaten by an angry god.
He's literally living in the sewers.
I don't follow.
What?
I wouldn't worry about him. He passed away a couple of years ago. That'll be our Jared.
I don't follow.
I made the mistake of spending a full night outside of my safe houses. I was almost beaten to death by an angry goth. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But of course. And I like that angry goth was enough for Jonathan to go, yep, that's Jared.
That'll be our Jared.
I don't follow.
I wouldn't worry about him. He passed away a couple of years ago.
Wait, did it?
That's exactly my point.
So are you to blame?
For what?
For the books? Or did you just stick your name on them by accident? Why the library of Jürgen Leitner?
I thought that I could control them, that I alone had the knowledge to contain them. Back then, I believed they were simply books. Horrifying, powerful, yes, but with rules, limits that could be charted. I was a fool. I had no idea what forces lay behind them, or that they had other servants that might come searching. I was ruthless, I will admit that. I don't know how many assistants I sacrificed to learn the secrets of the volumes I collected. Dozens, at least.
Sounds like a really sad old man.
With their life and mind intact. And even then they were deeply marked. But I was relentless. I saw myself as a guardian, a reverse Pandora, gathering the evils of the world and locking them away. And so I branded them with my seal. I told myself that if any should escape such a mark, could help me retrieve them. But I think in my heart I dreamed of my work becoming known, that the library of Jürgen Leitner would stand as a symbol of courage and protection. Hubris. I suppose it is fitting punishment that my name has become a watchword.
Oh yeah, that went extremely
For
well,
those
didn't
who
it?
only know it as marking the darkest, most terrible of secrets. My name has become a curse.
Yeah.
Tell me from the beginning.
Ask him about the
I
master.
was born the heir to great wealth. My family used to deal in manufacture, steel, in textiles, all sorts. But by my time, it was largely a matter of extensive property holdings and carefully managed investments. Money making money.
Mm.
There was never the need for me to learn anything of worth. I suppose in another life I might have been another rich wastrel, content to squander my inheritance on indulgence and comfort. But I always felt a calling to make something of myself, to matter. I had no interest in politics, and while I was certainly no fool, my attempts at academia were ultimately unsatisfying. Business bored me to tears.
Mm.
The only thing I was
Amen.
ever truly talented at was acquiring things. I suppose you could say I was skilled at shopping. I don't say that to be glib, nor as a comment on my wealth. I don't mean I gained any satisfaction from wasting money on vulgar Bond Street trinkets. I mean I had a genuine and pronounced talent for finding items of worth and convincing their owners to part with them. The most valuable things always need to be hunted, and that was where I excelled. It started by simply cross-referencing auction catalogues with local records and slightly obscure books of art history. But soon I had a network of contacts and took dinner with some of the most eccentric curio dealers in the world. It was Desmond
Sounds
Laurel
kinda
that
fun.
first told me of the books. They were a rumour, as these things always are,
Mhm.
and he had no idea of the dangers. Magic books, he called them. He had believed them to be coded spell books derived, of all things, from the writings of Merlin. Poor Desmond. When he finally found one, an old leather-bound thing titled The Stalwart Hunter's Almanac, he had no idea what to do with it. I suppose, looking back, his death was a very good thing for me. The extent of the mutilation and how closely it correlated with the passages he had described to me left little doubt as to the connection. So when I acquired the book myself, I took exceptional precautions. The
Mhm.
thing that surprises me most, I think, is how readily I accepted the existence of the supernatural. I had
May as well.
occasionally made purchases before that had caused anomalies, but nothing like those books. Yet as soon as their nature became apparent, I simply accepted it and began to factor it into my dealings with them. It was shortly afterwards I hired my first assistant, a dour man by the name of Albert Strauss. He barely lasted a fortnight.
Whilst I really do want to know about the life and events of Jürgen Leitner and listen to the sad old man talk about his regretful life, we are in the tunnels with a not being. Your assistants are stuck in a corridor that doesn't make sense. And none of you are protected. And you still haven't asked about the master. And I have a feeling, just a feeling, nothing major, just a feeling that you're not going to get the chance to find out. Because you're going to get caught up in the woes of his fucking assistants. The assistants are dead. You're alive. Can we deal with that later? I understand your thirst for knowledge, John. Okay? I really do. I really do. Okay? I understand. It's fun. It's fun to learn. But can you prioritize the knowledge that could save your life? He's a curious guy. I'm curious like a cat. Well, Jonathan, unlike a cat, you don't have 9 lives, so stop fucking around with this one, would you? Please! You're giving me heart palpitations! And you're probably making my neighbors hate me because I'm shouting quite a bit. But honestly, I don't care. Anyway, back to Jürgen Leitner's sad, curious story.
It didn't take me long to track down other books like Laurel's. And
Okay.
it seemed like almost overnight I had found my purpose. I was to be the keeper of evil tomes. To begin with, I never gave much thought to their origins. I simply concerned myself with acquiring them and making sure I had staff I could spare to study them. It was easier than I expected, and I'm always surprised nobody attempted such a thing before me. I suppose few walk away from their first encounter with any desire to look for more, if they walk away at all. And
sometimes they just have to like scrape themselves across the floor because their bones are gone.
My extensive resources.
It happens.
Luck played a significant role as well. It was shortly after I had begun to have problems storing them that I discovered the work of the architect Robert Smirk. There were several volumes in my possession that if I kept them...
I bet that
close to each
motherfucker's
other,
smirking
reacted
wherever he is. That's
very
every time I
badly.
think about him,
But
that's what I
Smirk's
think he's
writings,
going.
His principles of balance between opposing forces gave me some inkling as to a solution. Today was not the first time in my life has been saved by his architecture. I commissioned a house to be built based on some of his designs and spent a good deal of time and money gaining access to existing buildings he had worked on, with the aim of storing the books safely. I believe at about that time I commissioned my book plates and began to label them. And then the house was complete and I had my library, a vast, lopsided structure, by turns cavernous or maze-like, depending on the needs of the inmates. By the end, I had 978 volumes in my library.
978?
Some unsettling and some utterly murderous.
Fuck!
In the end, I didn't have much time to enjoy my achievement. It was only a few years after the house was complete that the attack came.
The attack.
You must understand.
The Fire Nation attacks.
I encountered these dark powers in the form of books, or the occasional antique. I had no idea that there were people or creatures out there that served them.
Yeah, it does appear to me that, like, for the most part, everyone's like kind of aware of what's going on, but is not really aware of what's going on. Because like there's no one actually, like, everyone's got like bits of the story and are just kind of rolling with what they know, and then they're like, shit, there's people. I can imagine Jürgen Leitner being, I collected these cursed books, how nifty is that? And then opening his door, seeing a fuck ton of just absolutely atrocious beings and going, fuck. Just, oh shit. It didn't occur to me that there were people versions of these curses. Oh dear. God, my throat hurts.
So I was not prepared. All my defenses were inward-facing, to prevent the contents of my library getting out. I suppose getting in must have seemed a trifle. It started with the visitors. Almost every day, some stranger would turn up at my door and ask to see my collection.
Stranger, eh?
Now, whatever my secret ambitions might have been, I was very careful not to let word get out about what I was doing. And these people, they were wrong somehow. They didn't move as people should move.
Ah, yes, the
and the cadence
visitors.
was very strange when they spoke. They almost always forgot to blink.
Yeah.
Even then, I didn't realize what was coming and simply sent them away with a firm refusal. When it actually happened, it was all so fast, I barely had time to register it.
He's just a
One moment I
girl.
was typing
He's
a new
just a
catalogue
girl.
entry for a journal of a plague year, and the next, everything was screaming. My assistants, the books, even me.
The books were screaming.
That man was stabbed through the throat.
I like that you said even me, as if the book screaming is not the strangest thing in that sentence. God forbid. God forbid old men have hobbies. I'm just a girl. I like that he went, my assistant, everyone was screaming, my assistants, the books, even me, as if him screaming is more strange than the books screaming. The books are screaming, Jurgen. That's not normal. Books, I mean, books also don't tend to steal people's bones, but they definitely don't scream. I know you're used to the wacky and weird, but don't undermine that you're very much a normal guy compared to them. Like, you're not even like an avatar or some shit. You're just a creepy guy with a lot of money. You have a lot of money and strange hobbies.
There's something with too many teeth and limbs like knives.
Michael, was that
Mary
you?
Johnson was pulled into a cavernous morgue.
I like the fact that you remembered their names.
Gregory
At least-
Todd ran into a door
Question
that
is, do
shouldn't
the
have
books
been
grow
there.
mouths or just emit the
Her
sound of a
reached
scream?
down through the river
I don't know.
and away, meandering
That's a
to
very
the
good question, though.
There was one other assistant.
I saw a meme that doesn't quite make sense to me yet. I'm sure it will, but it was a rendition of the when something wears trousers, does it wear it like this or like this? But it was when the archivist wears glasses, does he wear them like this? And it was just or like this, and then just had like a bunch of other glasses like sprouting off of the original glasses for all of like these green eyes. And I was like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm meant to be looking at here. If I could probably find it. Hang on. Because I definitely saved it because I knew I'd find it funny. Yeah, here it is. I was like, I'll find it funny when I actually understand what's going on, which isn't right now. Yeah, no, you'll get it in like 2 seasons, don't worry. Okay, that's fine. But I just like this idea of like sprouting. I have a lot of memes to do with this show. Where's another one of mine that I really, really liked? Tim, the worms, Tim, he can't hear us. He's wearing AirPods. How would you even prescribe those glasses? I think you just assume that every single eye has the same prescription as the core 2, and you just play it safe like that. But I he's wearing AirPods. On a similar note, quit your job. Join my flesh hive. Oh fuck. I love it. I do rather love it. I think it's rather hilarious. I also don't understand this one, but I feel like John trauma dumping on nurses that treat him because I think he would, and then the picture is just this. I don't get it. I mean, hypothetically, yeah, I could see him trauma dumping in a hospital. Honestly, I thought he was going to get inpatiented at some point during this season. When he was stalking people, I genuinely thought that was going to happen. It didn't. I was rather shocked. And honestly, I think he should be counting his fucking lucky stars, because in the real world, that motherfucker would not be seeing the light of day for a good year or 2 on forced house arrest. I also saw... Don't worry, you'll get enough of that in the next... If you're cold, they're cold. Put them in your... If you're cold, they're cold. Put them in your archive. That's the thing. I just love the memes I really just enjoy the memes. I think they're really funny. Got back to the institute, had to tell the colleagues they work for an eldritch fear god. I think this awakens some trauma. I unfortunately do know some things about him, but I feel like that is stop accusing your co-workers of murder or draw 25. You will never get this man. I saw the I saw one that was like Slenderman's gay cousin. Oh, I'm gonna be sick. Oh, oh fuck, that's so funny. I had never thought of that. That's so good. That is so accurate. Oh my god, I'm crying. Oh, sweet Jesus, man. But also, I just like looking at the art. I just think the art is so pretty. But also absolutely horrifying. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen, but it's very good. Sorry, I'm trying to get the glare off, but also because of the fact that my camera is flipped, I instinctively try and do the opposite thing that's effective, and it's very annoying. Yeah, the art's brilliant, and I like that we all kind of collectively agreed certain things about the characters, like the fact that John is definitely a twink. He has not a single shred of muscle on him. Let's be real. The man has never seen the insides of a gin. Never, no. Tim, on the other hand, probably has like a volleyball, me and Lom came to the conclusion that he probably plays beach volleyball. I was also working on apprentice design recently. I've been subjected to the horrors. Yeah, because I was going to draw an image of her for the book that I showed you. So I looked it up just to get some ideas, and oh my god, some of them were just like some of them were just too much. Like I like it when the amount of worm holes that she's got is kind of not artful, because that makes it then sound like it's aesthetic. No, I'm not talking like, oh, she only has them where freckles would be. No, I mean, but I like them when they're in patches and there's still areas of exactly. I'm not afraid of holes, but when the entire body is holes, there's too many holes. It stops looking good or like cool and creepy and just starts looking structurally incorrect. It does not have safe architecture. There's not enough skin. She'd fucking crumble. She needs a little bit, you know. I know she's filled with worms, but she needs a little bit of flesh, you know, just a little bit. Keep like some of the muscle in. Otherwise, how the fuck? Otherwise, she's just going to become atrophied and not be able to move. And then the worms won't be able to do anything, you know? You got to take care of your flesh hive host like they take care of you by feeding people to you. You know, it's important. It's a symbiotic relationship, you know. She gets a little sunning out of it, the worms get a little sunning out of it. Compromise. But yeah, some of them it's just like the whole thing is holes, and I'm like, that's too many holes. I like it when there's big patches of holes spread around, but there's still like space where there isn't holes. I think that looks better and is creepier, instead of just being like, oh, good sweet Jesus, that's a lot of holes. I don't then think, oh, that's a lot of holes. I think, oh, there she is. There's my girl. Apparently, stubborn and insane. Oh, I was going to show you another meme, but Pinterest crashed. That's our boy! So I think that's Pinterest telling me to get my fucking act together.
Whose name I don't recall, but the last I saw of him, he was being pulled into a great pulsating pile of meat. I don't know how I escaped.
Ew.
Perhaps because I designed the house, a great hand reached down through the roof and walked away, Leandra Toulouse. And there was one other assistant, whose name I don't recall, but the last I saw of him, he was being pulled into a great pulsating pile of meat. I don't know how I escaped. Perhaps because I designed the house.
That's the one thing I hate. Moving meat. And the thing is it's very specific movement. I go into great detail about it in a previous stream. So I will be brief. But you know those videos where people cut into meat and then squeeze it for some reason and bits of the muscle start like looking really fucking weird, right? That, burn it. Get it the fuck away from me. If the whole limb like clenches and like does a shift, that's fine, because that's what muscles do. I'm even expecting that. But when you slice into the meat, open it up, and random shreds of the meat are just having a fucking rave in my steak, I'm not eating the steak anymore. I'm throwing it into lava. Because that's not steak, that's a cryptid, and I will not be having that today. Thank you. But what makes it worse is that in the videos, the person that's doing it is like squeezing the living daylights out of the meat to make it do this absolutely atrocious action. And I'm like, stop doing that. Stop doing the thing. Stop it. Please. It's so gross. I fucking hate it, man. I hate it so much. So this idea of pulsing meat, don't like it. Don't like it. And it's not even just the meat. It's because I think that there's something in the meat that's making it move. That's why I don't like it. I'm like, something's under the meat. So I don't like that.
I knew how to best move through it. Perhaps I was sensible enough to stay clear of the rooms that had fallen into darkness or burned with a fire that seemed to leave the books untouched. Perhaps they let me go.
Probably the latter.
Perhaps once again it was simply luck. I didn't look back as
luck
I fled.
Be a lady
Nothing
tonight.
seemed to chase me, at least not then. I had none of the books with me, and that was what they were after. Of course,
You had
by the time I
970 of
realized
them,
that,
mate.
there were many others who were hunting me. Mostly vengeance-minded folk who'd lost someone to the books.
Just the noises are
with my
awful. I
name,
can barely
and were
live.
now free once again.
Just hate the sound of chewing,
It was
yawning,
easier to let the
etc.
world think I was dead.
God spare me from
To
this.
one degree or
The
another,
meat sounds.
I've been
Yeah.
in hiding ever since.
You're right.
About which part?
You were a fool.
Oh shit!
Why did
Oh shit! Damn! Woo! Man ruined his whole career with a single sentence. You're right, you were a fool. Jeez, okay. Hello. Unbricked. Hello. Jonathan Sims, more like Jonathan Slams, because he just dunked that motherfucker.
you burn them?
Pride. If they were destroyed, what was I to guard? Even so, I don't believe
forgot you
that
said
would
that.
have solved as many problems as you think. Many of them wouldn't have burned, and some even liked the flames. And those that did, I now believe, would have been released to take a different form.
But you didn't know any of this when you had almost 1,000 of them in your care.
I've spent 20 years trying to learn from my mistakes.
You said you didn't take any of them with you, so where did you get these?
When I started working with Gertrude, she hunted down some editions I thought might help.
And why was Gertrude helping you?
Aside from my knowledge about the books, I think she was lonely. I didn't meet her until about 6 years ago, after she'd lost the last of her own assistants. She would mention them sometimes. I believe she missed having someone to talk to on occasion.
Oh.
I didn't know Gertrude had assistants.
Of course, 3 of them, each meeting an unpleasant end.
No! Oh no!
And me,
I don't like the foreshadowing that just occurred! No! No, thank you! No, 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 no! No, thank you! No! No! Mm-mm. No! Thank you, bitch! No! Don't you... I was gonna say, Jonathan, I don't want my assistants to get hurt. Sims versus Jurgen. Oh yeah, they're all fucked up because I left them there like the final boss battle. Oh god, no! I hate the foreshadowing that just occurred. No, atrocious, disgusting. No, take it away. I don't want it. No, thank you. Double it and give it to the next person, please. Thank you. Goodbye. Stop talking to me. Ah! Not you, Maria. The fucking This episode is so stressful. I've been here for a long time.
That we help each other. In this instance, that meant finding certain useful books.
Uh-huh.
Like the Key of Solomon.
That one was a mistake. I thought that in the tunnels there might be the stability to examine it properly, learn something of the forces arrayed against us, but it went wrong. We had to destroy it. I should have known, really. It was one of the few volumes that contained elements of several different powers.
You keep talking about these powers, these forces arrayed against you. What are they?
I'd hoped you would at least know that much by now, but I suppose you're simply the observer, and making these connections is not your role. Gertrude could be much the same at times.
Just tell me.
There are entities in this world. Vast, dark power. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say they are next to the world rather than in it. Their true existence couldn't function in the universe we live in, at least not as it is now. They have nothing in their pure state that could be present in the physical world, so they sit in...
different dimensions.
No, I don't think so.
Wrong.
If there are such things, then these beings are linked inexorably to ours. They're not within our world, but they can affect it in certain ways, reaching out with their will to change things. I don't know where they come from or how they came to exist, but they are, from what I can determine, effectively eternal.
You trying to tell me all of this is at the behest of evil gods?
Oh, there are certainly those who see them as gods. A few even go as far as to try and worship them, but I don't find it helpful to think of them like that. Perhaps you could liken them to one of the old pantheons, each with its own rituals, agendas, and spheres of influence, but I find simplifying them in such a way makes them hard to truly understand. The gods were conceived by humankind as a reflection of themselves. Their motives and actions divinely powerful, but in essence, purely human. These things...
I've got the book ready.
To understand without trying to force human frameworks onto them.
So the creatures are what? Priests? These books, they're holy text?
I told you it was an unhelpful analogy.
Yeah. Can we
try another one?
Try it faster. You talk so slowly.
You are an ant, and you have never before seen a human.
Okay.
Then, one day, into your colony, a huge fingernail is thrust, scraping and digging. You flee to another entrance, only to be confronted by a staring eye gazing at you.
Oh, I don't like
you
this
climb to the
analogy.
top, trying to find escape, and above you can see the vast, dark shadow of a boot falling upon you. Would that ant be able to construct these things into the form of a single human being? Or would it believe itself to be under attack by 3 different, equally terrible, but very distinct assailants?
That's so clever.
So the books, the monsters, they're part of these beings. Just extensions of them, fingers being pushed into our world.
The books are, I think, their essence is in a purer form. The other things that stalk us, from what I know of them, they have varying wills of their own, all in service of the thing they're a part of, but not directly controlled by the mind beneath them. At least, inasmuch as these entities have something we could recognize as a mind.
Like a muscle spasming on reflex.
Yes, that's actually rather...
I missed that little bit. The books are essences in their purest form. From what I know, they are varying wills of their own, all in service of the thing they are a part of, but not directly controlled by the mind beneath them. At least inasmuch as these entities have something we would recognize as a mind. So it's it's essentially like they're given power, they cultivate it, and when they die, it goes back to the entity. That's what I'm getting. I'm probably wrong, but actually, the muscle spasming on reflex, that makes sense. Where it's like, yeah, you're not directly controlling the muscle spasm, but you are part of the body. So that makes sense.
Good.
It would explain Michael's identity issues.
Michael? Oh, that's what the distortion calls itself these days, isn't it?
The
That
distortion.
one is part of a power that my assistant Domingo used to call es mentiras, which I believe translates as it is lies or it is lying. At the time, of course, we just used it as a way to classify books. I call it the spiral.
The
It
spiral.
deals in fooling the senses, in making you see and hear things that are not there, in drawing you into mazes and making you doubt your own sanity.
Fractals.
Yes, it seems to have a particular fondness for them.
What about bones? Does one of them manifest with bones?
You're thinking too literally, examining the physical categorization but ignoring the meaning of the thing. What are the bones? In the distortion, you're Michael, the structure of a skeleton, an established reality in your mind, is twisted and warped into an impossible form. But in other cases, are they a symbol of slaughter and butchery? Are they the familiar made wrong? Or are they simply part of the messy physicality of flesh?
Whoa.
I'm sorry, this is a lot to take in.
Yeah.
Do so quickly. We've wasted enough time.
That's because you talk so slow.
Fine, then I'll make this one simple. Did you kill Gertrude?
No, don't be absurd.
Then who did?
This is a distraction. You're in no danger.
Who?
I believe it was Elias.
I knew it.
What? Why?
I assume he discovered we were planning to destroy the archives.
You're going to destroy the archives?
Gertrude was going to destroy the archive.
This is why I need those files.
What
I
files?
searched this place thoroughly, and they're not here. So I assume Elias took them when he killed her. I need your help to get into his office.
But the cameras, they showed him.
Simple mechanical eyes. In his place of power. You think he can't control everything they see? Assuming such interference wouldn't ruin them beyond recovery, of course.
No.
This place belongs to one of them, doesn't it?
Oh.
To that.
The eye.
I have also heard it called beholding.
And I
You belong to it too.
Oh God.
I think I need some air.
We don't have time for you to have a breakdown, archivist.
I'm going to have a cigarette. Don't.
Don't. Just fucking don't, Jurgen.
I'm not sure you would have liked him, you know. He's paranoid enough. But I don't think he's got the stomach for it.
Well, this is a surprise. Reach for a book and I will kill you. How much have you told him?
Enough.
About Gertrude?
No,
Wait, is that Elias? Oh, fucking shit. Oh, fucking shit. Oh, fucking shit. Ah! Oh, God. Ah! Why did I think I could deal with this in one fucking day. Oh shit! Yeah, you're fucking right. Strap in. I was not strapped in. I fell out of the roller coaster. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not sure you would have liked him. You know, he's paranoid enough, but I don't think he's got the stomach for him.
I'm not sure you would have liked him, you know.
I think Gary's talking about
He's
Gertrude.
paranoid enough, but I don't think he's got the stomach for it.
Well, this is a surprise. Reach for a book and I will kill you. How much have you told him?
Enough.
About Gertrude?
No, I didn't have time.
I've wondered for so long who it could be down there. That's helping out. I honestly never would have guessed.
How did you know I was here?
I didn't. You're very well hidden, but John is not. And he failed to take the same precautions I'm sure you took for granted with Gertrude. I knew he was talking to someone, and it turns out to be Jürgen Leitner himself. What an honor.
Elias, please.
What did you want from him?
The files. The ones you took from Gertrude.
Planning a little light arson, are we, Jürgen?
It's not just the Institute, and you know it. They had everything she had found on the stranger.
I know. It's, what do they call it?
The unknowing.
Creativity never was their forte.
You, of all people, should want to stop them.
And we will. But I don't think we'll need your help.
And what's he going to think when he gets back?
Well, he was always going to need to fly the nest at some point. Go out and see the world for himself.
He might die.
It's always a danger. Almost always.
Elias, it doesn't have to be like...
Oh god, not the drip! Oh god! Oh my god, it goes on for so long!
Sorry, I've been queer for 5 years now, but oh. I need to,
Oh fuck, John!
I think it's working again.
Tim, where
Yeah.
were we?
Yeah, it's recording.
Forget the bloody tapes, Tim. Are we sure this is here?
Yes, because the tape works now.
How long was it?
I don't know. I don't care.
Sorry, what? How can you not care?
This is us now. Worms, monsters, corridors. They'll keep happening until one of them kills us, and we just got to deal with it. Any sign of the woman?
I don't think so. We should have helped her.
No.
But we could have tried.
How? Look, there's no point talking about it. It happened. I hope it doesn't happen again. Statement fucking ends.
We should look for John. Maybe we can still help.
Days, at least.
Can't just sit here moping.
Probably already killed him.
Don't joke about that, okay?
Fine.
Tim!
Try his office.
Yeah. Right.
What the fuck?
John? Oh. Oh no.
I told you he was going to do something like this.
Who is it?
I told you.
Oh, John. What have you done?
Oh fuck this team! I I'm oh fuck. I didn't I didn't know they were in his office. I thought they were in like some weird room in the bloody tunnels. What happened to not Sasha? Where is not Sasha? What the fuck is she doing? Where's Michael? What is oh my Elias is a psychopath! I fucking knew it! Oh. Lom is going to be so pissed that they weren't here. That's now the only thought I have is, oh my god, Lom's going to be so mad that they weren't here when this happened. Oh, fuck. Oh, fucking shit. I don't have words. Pretty sure not Sasha got read out of existence by one of Jurgen's book because he mentioned. I didn't realize that she read the whole book though. I thought he was only reading passages to keep himself safe because he's a sneaky little snake like that. And then Elias just came in and shelved him with a fucking pipe. And then, oh my god. I think she might be in the tunnel still somewhere stuck. Wow. That was an episode, Maria. Fucking hell. I'm so glad I wasn't alone for that. Because I was genuinely, I had fear at certain points. Not as much in the last episode. It wasn't really fear. It was more like, oh my god, this is insane. The way, I won't lie though, the way Jurgen begged for his life was kind of pathetic. Elias, please. I would have beat the shit out of him too. I probably wouldn't have killed him, but I would have thrown hands. You did, and oh fucking hell. Oh my god. Oh my god. It is. He's Elias. Like, why are you so whiny, man? You're an old man. Get over yourself. Get your act together. Fuck. But then again, I suppose, is John's dad actually like a voice actor? Or did he just do it because John like asked him to? He was like, can you like read these? Like say them in a nice way. And his dad was like, yeah, sure, I can do that. Or is he like actually a voice actor? I don't know. I don't know that much about actual John. Holy fucking shit. I don't know how. I can smell weed out of my fucking window. Jesus. How do I move on from this? Oh my god. I just know that John casted his mum as Gertrude because he was thinking of her when he was writing her, and it just stuck. Yeah, I mean, I think that's, and I think honestly, he probably heard his dad's voice and was like, "That gives me the vibe that I'm going for." With, and because I imagine that his parents aren't like voice actors or something like that. I mean, I've certainly never heard either of their voices before, and I feel like I would at least recognize them a little bit. My voice now sounds like I'm on testosterone, which is ideal. How to make it sound like you're on testosterone for free? Stream for 4 hours. Stream for 4 hours and scream most of that time. That'll do it. It'll do it. Oh. Fuck. Right. I'm pretty sure they just had trouble casting Jurgen, so maybe his dad was like the only option. Possibly, who knows? I did like his character though. It's a shame that he was introduced and died in the same episode. Quite tragic, I have to say. I mean, that is pretty quick. It's probably also why he chose his dad. He was like, "Dad, I just need you to read like an episode's worth of lines." And he was like, "I can do that. It's fine. Yeah, I can do that." I mean, if it works exactly. And it then makes for the greatest headcanon in the world, which is Gertrude and Jurgen were his actual parents. They had weird family dinners. I didn't realize that they were like buddy pal chum friends though. Now that I know that, that changes the dynamic a little bit, you know? Because it's like, I don't know. I still think they would have gotten divorced, but I do think that they would have been very co-parenting, like, good at it. She would have been like, "Why the fuck are you collecting books, you twat?" And he would be like, "'Cause they're cursed and cool, and I can take care of them." And Gertrude would be like, "You're stupid, but get rid of them." And he was like, "No, I can take care of them." And she was like, "I want a fucking divorce, you psycho." And then after that, she was like, "Okay, fine. I'm glad you figured it out." I love how he's this big figure, arguably has the most appearances in earlier episodes, and just immediately dies because of a metal pipe at the hands of Elias. God, hearing him get like pummeled was crazy though. Like, oh my God, Elias just, Elias sounded very normal, just very much not involved up until that. And he didn't even say that much, but his entire character just twisted, completely shift. It was, wow. He went from, adjacent, sort of uncaring, but also marginally caring, absent boss to literal sociopath who is willing to murder in order for things to go a certain way. Insane. What the fuck? It was. There was no fucking build up to it. And what's even worse is that none of the other characters are aware of this snap. None of them except potentially John, because John thinks that maybe he could have killed Gertrude. He doesn't know because Jurgen didn't know, but now Jurgen's fucking dead in his office, and oh my God, he saw him. Oh, fucking him. His trauma sounds when he heard him was actually heartbreaking. I don't think I can get over that. The way he was like, oh. And then just left. Like, fuck. But also, why would John kill him in his own office? Don't be silly. And why would John just casually be in his own office? Like, what the fuck? But obviously Tim's going to be like, "Yep, look, killed him. obvious evidence. And it's like, no, it's really not. But like, go off, King. Oh, and Martin's like, no, John, no. I just want them to get together. I know it's probably not going to happen, but I need big golden retriever with small angry dog love. Okay, I need it. And I appreciate that the majority of the fan base agrees with me. I need that. Do you know what I need? I need a spin-off series of the Magnus archives where it's like a comedy skit. That's what I really fucking need. Exactly. I like this idea of like golden retriever energy slowly but surely warms the heart of Black Cat, and then we actually get to see proper Black Cat energy from the Black Cat rather than just elusive mysteriousness. We get to actually see it act like a fucking gremlin, because let's be honest, Black Cats are gremlins, but you got to give them the right environment to gremlinify. You know, they can't just whack it out like a fucking orange cat. Yeah, everyone says yes, it should be. Oh my god, what a good spin-off that would fucking be. It would be so good. It would be so good. Like Tim constantly getting into shit with Elias because he wears funky colored socks. I saw that in a fan fiction. I was like, that is the funniest shit. And it's so mundane, but it's so accurate. Because Tim would be like, this is homophobic. This is slander. And it would be like, your socks are neon orange. No, it's not homophobic. You Hawaiian t-shirt, Tim. Yes. I have my own version of the Hawaiian t-shirt, Tim. Hang on. God, every single light in my house is off. I haven't moved in 4 hours. This is why I have the posture of a cashew nut. Here we go. This is what I wore for my presentation today. Everything is a 3XL. There's about 3% of this cloth is actually touching my skin, and I'm very happy about it. Oh, God. Fucking hell. I don't know how to recover from this. I think I'm going to have to read like a really wholesome fan fiction where they will just like go drinking or something. My favorite headcanon is that the mechanisms are... As a fellow bisexual, I feel a spirit. Yes, precisely. I imagine him looking so unprofessional, but actually being really good at his job. That's what he like. I have stretch ears, more piercings. I literally did this one myself. I'm covered in chains and I'm doing a master's degree in clinical psychology. Like, I love I like oxymoron people. It just really brings my heart and soul out. So I imagine him being like really like having a lot of like, not like emo goth, like Jared. He is the canonical goth. I'm talking more like grunge alternative sort of vibes, you know, lots of like long necklaces and stuff. And probably like a few cuffs and maybe even a nose piercing or some shit, or a lip piercing. But he's actually really quite decent at his job. I also think that he has like a volleyball bod, you know. I think he would be one of those people that does quite a lot of sports, but not like sports where you gain a lot of like, but he'd be very muscular, because I mean he broke through a fucking wall. Like he's got to have a little bit of that muscle on him, even though he's an academic. So I think me and Lom came to the conclusion that he probably plays beach volleyball. What else do I think? I think Elias gets really pissed off whenever. I also once saw like a headcanon that Tim's worm scars look like piercings because of Basira's. He has the same scars as you, but he somehow manages to pull them off, and I completely agree. I think his scars will look more like like anti-freckles, like people who tan instead of getting like dark spots of dark, it's almost like they have spots of lighter area. I think that's what his would look like, because that's very fetching. I can't explain what I mean very well. Oh yeah. As long as if you know what I mean, then it's fine. I think that's what it would look like, because then at that point it's like, oh, nice, like yeah, I'm like cool freckles, like very nice. But on Jonathan, it just looks like he's a fucking covered in these very disgruntled scars. Because I think Tim would have actually taken care of the scars. That's the thing. I think he would have made sure to methodically remove scabs to help shrink them. I think he would have made sure that they had the right, stuff. They got enough air for oxygen and all that. I think John would probably go look down at the bandages and go, I really don't want to move. I haven't slept in 3 days. I think I can run the risk of not changing the bandages for another hour. Work. And then he looks down and it's slightly oozy. He's like, fuck. So that I think Jonathan didn't take care of his wounds as well as Tim did. Tim strikes me as the kind of guy who would actually take care of things like injuries properly. But yeah. I do like the idea that he deliberately tries to break dress code in stupid ways to piss off Elias. And I also like the idea that he has like a betting pool with Sasha about if Martin's gonna like do certain. I just think it would be like The Office. Okay, I think they'd be like The Office, and you'd have the occasional cameo from like the library or Rosie, and Elias would just occasionally come in and look disgruntled, and everyone would be like, "Oh, but you love us really," and he's like, "You're like adopted children that I didn't want." That's how I imagine him as a boss. I imagine him kind of like Aizawa from My Hero Academia. I think he'd be like. Exactly, like what I need is for every traumatizing season of the Magnus archives that Jonathan Sims has spewed out and provided us with, I need him to then produce a spin-off episode that is maybe like 30 minutes long, which just kind of gives us a little bit of reprieve, just gives us a little nutrients to suckle on whilst we wait for him to dwell out more torture and more pain, Caitlin, why are you still awake? I'm streaming. I'm streaming still. It's been 4 hours. There was a fluff episode which isn't fully canon, but it does it. Where? Maria, that is the best news I've ever fucking heard. I that's why I like the ones where they just do like live streams and they like say quotes. That really makes me very happy. Like the one where it's like, stop stealing my sweaters, John. It's like, but they're comfy. John would absolutely. This is the thing. I seesaw. Hold on. I'm going to try to find it on Def on Spotify. Thank you. I seesaw between Jonathan Sims is a dapper gentleman who will only ever be seen in some sort of business casual at lowest, and a full-on suit with suspenders at best, right? And even though he's like losing his fucking mind, he's still wearing suit elements. They're just fucking tardy. And then on the other side of the seesaw is the complete polar opposite, which is he has long curly hair that is just kind of up in a messy ponytail, and there's hair, and then he's wearing big oversized jumpers and, really comfy looking, really, really cozy, just nice, so nice. And he's just so comfortable. And I seesaw between them because one of them is like, that's probably more likely, but also I don't want that for him. And the other one is, I know it's unlikely, but please put him in a comfortable jumper. I seesaw, and it's a very vigorous seesawing. My ass hurts from how much I go up and down with this shit. Oh yes, my headcanon is that he starts dapper and then gradually doesn't give a shit until he dresses as long as it's comfy. Yes, that is, do you know what? That is now how I'm going to perceive this. Ooh. Beautiful. This just came up, and what's funny is the majority of the pictures that I have drawn look exactly like this. And the person said, but I haven't seen any fan art, only a little. I like that they put John in the skirt for no reason. I love that from them, honestly. Rate that. Where's the thing that I'm looking for? I can't believe we're on season 3. I'm not ready for season 3. I'm not ready. I don't think I'll ever be ready for season 3. I don't think I was even ready for this season. I thought I was, but I wasn't. Look at my comfy gentleman. This is one of my favorite pieces of fan art. It's just like, snap. Look at it. And then the comment is, how Eldritch Horror does a dancey dance. I really like it. I think it's really funny. I want him to be comfortable. I want him to be comfy. Hello, second person that's just arrived. How are you this fine night? We are post the end of season 2. I just finished episode 80, had a stroke with it, had a breakdown, and now we're discussing headcanons. Same with his hair, sort of, because yeah, absolutely. And like, it starts as mostly brown, and then by the end it's filled with like gray streaks, because your hair does lose color, like the ability to have pigment with stress. And God knows this man has experienced an ungodly amount of stress. So that man has gray hair, and it's gorgeous and majestic, but also very much there. It's like streaky streaks. Hang on.
Seriously never noticed?
You're not Jim. Jim's not Asian.
You seriously never noticed? Hey, hats off to you for not seeing race.
Every time I saw that, it used to piss me off, because I was like, I really want someone to see this. Asian. I didn't even realize that the girl with blue hair was meant to be Melanie King. Is that her name? Yeah, Melanie King, or something like that. Hats off to you for not seeing race. I'm like, fuck you! I'm so glad. I am so glad that they figured it out, because it was killing me inside. Every time I heard Nash's disgusting voice, I felt a little bit of myself just with red dyed hair. Yeah, to be honest, I saw her as having like auburn hair, very straight auburn hair, and quite long for some reason. I just feel like, and maybe she would wear like an Alice band or something. I just imagine she would have very like straight hair for some reason. I don't know. Yeah. Where's the one? I saw one that was like, he looks so comfortable, and I'm like, this is what I need as a spin-off. This is the energy I need as a spin-off. Okay. I have reason to believe that Tim is still angry with me. Oh. Oh, fuck. This one makes a lot of sense now. Smoking does kill. Sweet Jesus. Get used to brutal pipe. Yes, I will try my best. I cannot guarantee I will do a particularly good job, but I will try my best. I don't think I'll ever get over the sheer brutality of his method of murdering him. I did see this though, which does make me laugh because the idea of it just make live footage of Jonah Magnus getting funding for his spooky bitch institute from yet another rich Victorian heir. He absolutely would. Jonah Magnus is a fucking twink. You cannot convince me otherwise. Okay, hold on. I found the link to the thank you. Post it, please. Post it. Post it in the chat, please. I need this. Oh. And then after this, I think I'm gonna have to go because my throat is dying, and I have a big revision session tomorrow, which I'm leading, which means I actually have to have vocal cords that work. But it has been very nice talking to you, Maria. I have very much enjoyed having someone experience this with me. And I think Lom will get quite a kick out of the fact that I somehow managed to find someone to morally support me through this in their absence. Fuck, I'm sorry. Yeah, my voice. Oh, wow. Listen to that grunge. I don't know why it's not sending the link. Curious. Tell me what I need to look up, like its name, and then I will like look it up myself. But if I got like a name or like, you know, the general vibe of what I'm looking for, then that will speed up the process. Sweet Jesus. Yeah, I've done a lot of talking today because I did a presentation earlier, which was like 10 minutes long and terrifying. And I've been here for 4 hours, and I did another stream before this as a little treat. So, sorry, I know you said you didn't like mouth sounds. I apologize. I am making quite a few of them. It's called Magfluff Epiphany. Brilliant. Right, just copy that bad boy. Look it up in Google. Beautiful. All right, I got it. Thanks. I'm going to enjoy that thoroughly. I probably won't. I will probably do a separate stream specifically dedicated to that one episode, and then just afterwards we'll just sit there with my headcanons. For now, I need to go to bed. I'm so tired. And my throat hurts so much. I don't know if you can tell that I've slowly but surely lost my voice throughout this. But this is not how I usually sound. I sound a lot less sexy for the most part. But I've really well and truly entered sexy voice era. So if you have any if you have any quotes you want me to say, you know, like those like voice people that like would on Twitch be like, you'd pay them and then they'd say a line for you in like a stupid anime voice, be like, Misa. If you want me to use sexy voice and say a line. I'm glad I didn't disgruntle you with my coughing sounds. I tried to be subtle. Oh god, it is bad though. I genuinely sound like it's 2 a.m. Where are you? It's at least it's only 12 for me. Where the fuck are you, Maria? Maria, why have you been here? Maria, why did you stay this long? I mean, thank you, because I don't think I would have done this by myself. Can't say for legal reasons. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I forgot we're on the internet. Yeah, don't tell me where you live. Sorry. I'm not used to this whole people I don't know being here. Like I've had conversations with my mum on stream because for the most part it's me, the fucking FBI agent that looks at me. Okay, good. At least you can have a good old little nap. I think I'm gonna go eat food and then pass out in preparation for my revision tomorrow. But it has been very fun. I hope you enjoyed. I don't have a consistent upload thing, but also if I never see you again, it was very nice to talk to you for the evening, Maria. And I wish you a good life and luck in your classes that you apparently have. And with that, I think I am going to go. So thank you very much for joining me and goodbye.